This, why would a mining company invest here in the United States without this certainty? They will actually be able to develop a project. That's why the bicameral, bipartisan Mining Regulatory Clarity Act is necessary. The only way to fix the 2022 court decision is to codify the fix in law. This legislation, contrary to what some of my colleagues will argue, doesn't create new domestic mining policy. It simply builds regulatory certainty and reinstates the longstanding interpretation of the mining law and the agency regulations that will allow the land before being misinterpreted by the courts. Mr. Speaker, if we can't mine these minerals domestically, thanks in part to the Rosemont decision blocking new domestic mines, where do the opponents of this bipartisan bill expect needed minerals to come from? The only answer I can think of is from China. Continued lack of clarity resulting from the court's decision is not a benefit to the American people, but a benefit to the Chinese Communist Party. The answer is clear. You can either support domestic mining with the strictest environmental and labor standards here in the United States of America, or you can continue to export your environmental guilt and support importing minerals from countries that have zero environmental standards and utilize child and forced slave labor to mine these minerals. I urge my colleagues to support the bill. And when we talk about domestic mining, we are richly blessed, Mr. Speaker. The good Lord has blessed this country with the natural resources that we need for our everyday lives. I want the American industry, the American workers, the American communities to be able to mine these minerals that we are richly blessed with. I do not want another Biden administration supporting memorandums of understanding with third world countries to get these minerals and then import them to the United States so we can put them in our technology, our vehicles, our phones, our cell phones, our computers, our medical instrument that we manufacture. I would much rather mine these critical minerals here under our environmental and our labor standards. We can lead the world. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, we also need to process these here in the United States. And that's why our permitting reform is so important. This can be a win-win. And my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, as long as we don't mine here, as long as we put up every single roadblock, they're happy. They'll sit at this in this House of Representatives and say, we support mining, so long as it never happens, so long as the bureaucratic nightmare, the blue tape continues where we can't mine here. Enough is enough. The American people have seen enough. And we're going to mine not only in Minnesota, we're going to mine in North Dakota, South Dakota, Montana, Wyoming, Nevada, California, Arizona, Washington. We're going to mine in Pennsylvania. We're going to mine in Texas. We have to do it. I support this amendment. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for speakers. I'm prepared to close and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my friend from Minnesota for listing all of those states and places because it is important for the American people to know that if this becomes law, a free toxic dump site on your public lands is on its way in all of those places. That's what this is about. One of the cynical euphemisms we keep hearing is regulatory certainty. So let's talk about what that really means. Mining permitting has continued after the Rosemont decision. The Rosemont mine itself proceeded. It wasn't impacted. There is no legislative fix needed to this fake problem. This bill would codify only the most industry-friendly interpretations of the mining law and introduce additional uncertainty around the government's ability to enact basic common sense regulations on mining on public lands. To expand on that, the bill's current definition says that mining operations include, and I quote, all functions, work, facilities, and activities in connection with the prospecting, development, extraction, and processing of mineral deposits and all uses reasonably incident to, including the construction and maintenance of means of access, whether the operations take place on or off the claim. This is sweeping. Effectively, this means that mining operations don't need a mining claim at all to conduct operations on your public lands. And while this definition is currently in regulation, the Interior Department and the leading public land law treatise have found that off-site mining activities do not currently get the same rights and priority use as mining claims. So that is what is at stake in this legislation. Permanently codifying this into law would further put mining over other uses of our public lands, doing an end run around the multiple use balancing requirements that are foundational to public land management. While our land managers have limited discretion right now to deny a mine on public lands, they do at least have some authority over their roads, pipelines, and toxic waste dumping. That would all be taken away by this legislation. This is not regulatory clarity. It is regulatory charity to an industry that has already gotten 150 years of giveaway. I urge my colleagues to vote no and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter a letter of opposition into the record from 189 organizations, tribes, companies, and local elected officials.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The signers of this letter express their strong opposition to this bill. Specifically, they argue that it would weaken the already outdated 1872 mining law and give the mining industry even more control over our public lands. They note that mining in the United States is already governed under a law that is 150 years old, enacted under President Ulysses S. Grant. These organizations, tribes, and leaders remind us that the 1872 law has no environmental guardrails, that the mining industry is already the only industry that doesn't have to pay any royalty when it extracts our minerals on public lands, and that 40% of headwaters and 50% of lakes have been polluted by mining activity. They also raise specific concerns within the Mining Regulatory Clarity Act. First, the bill would allow multinational companies to claim an indefinite number of mill sites to permanently dump toxic waste on our public lands for free. Second, it could block renewable energy development, recreation, other uses of our public lands by allowing mining companies to build roads, pipelines, and other infrastructure by right and without any permits as long as they are connected to a plan of operations. And finally, the bill could be read to eliminate the requirement that mining companies prove that there are even some valuable minerals to validate their claims on the vast majority of our public lands. The letter urges us to enact real reforms to the 1872 mining law that would improve environmental safeguards for communities, ecosystems impacted by mining, give federal land managers a say in deciding where mining is and is not appropriate, and close loopholes that allow foreign companies to exploit our public lands. And on that latter point, I would like to yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from New Mexico who has shown great leadership on this seemingly common sense need to put some guardrails in place to make sure that foreign-owned mining companies, including those owned and controlled by our adversaries, don't have the benefit of all these lavish giveaways. I yield the gentlelady 3 minutes.
The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you. Mr. Speaker, mining corporations, including foreign-owned, pay nothing in royalties when they take our publicly owned minerals on our federal lands. The American people get nada, zero, for our copper or gold or critical minerals. H.R. 1366, the Mining Regulatory Clarity Act, is yet another giveaway to big mining companies by making it easier for them to dump their waste on more of our public lands. At the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. If the House rules permitted, I would have offered the motion with an amendment to prevent mining projects from qualifying for the expanded public lands access if the project is owned or operated by a foreign entity of concern, like China, or one of its subsidiaries. Why should we let the Chinese Communist Party take advantage of the copper, gold, and critical minerals on our federal land? Chairman Molinar of the Select Committee on the Communist Chinese Party offered a similar amendment to the Rules Committee last Congress on the same bill. Republicans refused to make it in order. I don't know why Republicans are afraid to limit China's access to America's critical minerals. If we're not going to make international mining companies pay for our precious minerals they take from us, the least we could do is to stop foreign adversaries like China from dumping mine waste on our public land. We should not treat our public land like a big trash pile available to international mining corporations. Republicans should focus on making life more affordable for Americans, not giving away more land, not making those big international companies even richer. Focus on bringing down the cost for Americans, not giving the big giveaway to the big corporations. I asked unanimous consent to insert into the record the text of this amendment.
Without objection.
I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for the motion to recommit and to stop letting China and its adversaries use our public lands like their big trash dump. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. The gentleman from
Mr.
California.
Speaker, I'll go ahead and close. This bill is another unnecessary giveaway to the mining industry. It lets literally anyone, including foreign mining companies controlled by our adversaries, claim as much of our nation's public land as they want for next to nothing, and then extract our publicly owned minerals without paying a cent in royalties back to the American people, and then permanently bury public lands in toxic mining waste. Our mining laws need reform. They don't need this. With bipartisan interest in securing our critical mineral supply chain, we actually do have an opportunity to create modern mineral policies that would empower American innovators to recover the minerals we need while honoring indigenous sovereignty, protecting the environment, making sure American workers and communities share in the benefits, and also American taxpayers. But instead, the majority is doubling down on the extraction, above all, land grab from the gold rush, back when we codified this 1872 mining law. They refused to engage with Democrats to include even common sense safeguards against letting foreign adversaries take our public minerals for free. They refused to limit the industry's waste dump mill sites to only the public lands necessary for their operations. And ominously, they refused to clarify that this bill does not affect the federal government's ability to regulate mining on public lands, which the unnecessary savings clause in this bill calls into question. It bears repeating, the mining industry already has a sweetheart deal on our public lands. We are the only industrialized nation that lets anyone claim whatever they want on public lands and extract public minerals for free. This bill is no minor technical fix to overturn a court decision. It's a massive giveaway of public lands to an industry afraid that one of those many giveaways that they've had for all of this time was about to be challenged. I urge opposition to the bill and yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, let's talk about some of the issues that were just brought up. First, the foreign entity of concern restrictions. Now, I agree, and I think everybody would agree, that we should scrutinize foreign direct investment to ensure that it does not pose a threat to the United States. We have programs to do that, programs that possibly should be strengthened. But imposing arbitrary standards could prevent publicly traded non-Chinese companies from mining domestically. Doing what? It would force a continued reliance on China. We all know that China is already doing whatever they can to prevent us from building out secure domestic supplies of critical minerals. The CCP has repeatedly used its dominant market position to strategically flood markets and make U.S. projects uneconomic. When they see a project announced in the United States, they dump product on the global market, lowering the prices and making our mining operations uneconomic to investors. If we create an arbitrary standard, they'll continue to play even more dirty. The CCP will simply buy shares of publicly traded companies to disqualify the companies from mining on federal lands. We're being naive if we think that China won't use any tool and loophole at their disposal to stop mining in the U.S. In any event, this bill is about regulatory certainty so that we can start mining again in America. Now, I've already mentioned this, but we are blessed with resources here in America. And we have a lot of those resources are on federal lands, and this issue's come up about royalties. It continually comes up, and people say this bill would allow mining companies to extract valuable public assets without paying any royalties to Americans. I want to remind everybody of something. U.S. mining companies already pay between 40 and 50% of earnings in federal, state, and local taxes and other fees. These taxes are vital to funding school systems, roads, and other infrastructure projects, especially in rural communities. And now, thanks to the Rosemont decision, on top of paying those taxes, companies must pay millions more dollars in litigation. Developers would be required to pay fees for any mill sites established under this bill. These fees would go towards remediating abandoned hard rock mine lands, something that my Democrat colleagues have repeatedly pushed for. If we want to encourage investment in safe, responsible, and cutting-edge mining practices that provide billions to the public's coffers and essential materials to the American people, then we need to support H.R. 1366. I also want to call attention to a letter we received signed by 28 organizations from A to Z, literally from A to Z, starting with A, the Alaska Miners Association, the American Critical Minerals Association, American Exploration and Mining Association, Bipartisan Policy Center Action, Battery Materials and Technology Coalition, Colorado Mining Association, National Mining Association, U.S. Chamber of Commerce, Women's Mining Coalition, Wyoming Mining Association, and to round it out with Z, the Zero Emission Transportation Association. These organizations stress the importance of Congress enacting this bipartisan legislation, and they stated, and I quote, "This legislation will ensure the U.S. can utilize its vast domestic resources to build essential mineral supply chains. Your efforts to enhance mineral supply chain security while upholding our leading safety and environmental standards are crucial. The passage of H.R. 1366 will support the trajectory of innovation in the U.S. and maintain the nation's economic leadership," end quote. Mr. Speaker, this bill is common sense, supporting American industries that are working to bolster our domestic mineral supplies. I also want to draw attention to a letter we received from Nevada Democratic Governor Joe Lombardo in support of the Mining Regulatory Clarity Act, and his letter states, quote, "Advancement of this bipartisan bicameral legislation is indispensable to the long-term economic resilience of our rural communities and Nevada's ability to help achieve domestic mineral security." Again, this bill is common sense, it's bipartisan, it's bicameral, it supports a key industry for states like Nevada, and it should be strongly bipartisan. When we look at the abundant minerals that we're blessed with across the United States, I think of the claim that our colleague, Mr. Begich from Alaska, also says when he talks about the Ambler Road District. And of 50 things listed on the U.S. critical minerals list, he says that in the Ambler District, 49 of those exist in abundant capacity to develop and process and mine, yet we're yet to be able to get a road into this area to process these materials. When I look at my home state of Arkansas, we have the largest deposit of lithium possibly in the world. At least 15% of the world's lithium is in brine water on public land in the great state of Arkansas. We have all these minerals available all across the country, but according to the 2025 Mineral Commodity Summary from the U.S. Geological Survey, the U.S. is 100% dependent on imports for 14 critical minerals, many from China and Russia. Mr. Speaker, I've met with the Navajo Nation. They've got abundant deposits of uranium that they could recover from former mining operations. We are so dependent on uranium imports. The last number I saw, we produce only 0.5% of the uranium we use for fuel in U.S. reactors. You know where most of that comes from? Russia and Kazakhstan. These are the kinds of minerals that we're dependent on foreign actors for. If you support growing our domestic supplies of critical minerals, this bill provides the regulatory certainty necessary to strengthen domestic mineral supply chains. If you support weakening China's global control over minerals, join us in voting for Mining Regulatory Clarity Act. And let's talk a little bit more about China. We need to do not only more mining here in America, we need to do more processing and refining in the U.S. to meet our energy, infrastructure, and national security and defense needs. The Mining Regulatory Clarity Act will help strengthen domestic mineral supply chains. I have a chart here that shows where we're at with China on rare earth and their monopoly. They control 70% of the mining in the world. It's not in China, it's all over the world. My colleague mentioned child slave labor being used to extract cobalt in Africa. It's atrocious where they go and mine these materials, and the lack of standards that they have, both environmental, human health, human safety, and human rights that are violated in the mining. They take that back to China and they process 90% of it in China. This is all of the world's critical minerals. And then they manufacture 93% of the things that are manufactured with critical minerals. If you want to help China maintain their stranglehold over our critical mineral supply chains, then you should oppose this bill. Look no further than the chart behind me, and you will see that we can't continue to allow China to have the monopoly and the stranglehold on our economy and on our defense that they currently have through the critical mineral supply chain. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill. I again appreciate my colleague, Mr. Amadei from Nevada, for bringing it to the floor, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 951, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to provide for the location of multiple hard rock mining mill sites to establish the abandoned hard rock mine fund and for other purposes.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Mexico seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Ms. Ledger Fernandez moves to recommit the bill H.R. 1366 to the Committee on Natural Resources.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The motion is not agreed to.
Mr. Speaker,
for what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Mexico seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 951, I call up H.R. 845 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 285, H.R. 845, a bill to require the Secretary of the Interior to reissue regulations removing the gray wolf from the list of endangered and threatened wildlife under the Endangered Species Act of 1973.
Pursuant to House Resolution 951, the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Natural Resources printed in the bill is adopted, and the bill, as amended, is considered read. The bill, as amended, shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designee. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Hoyle, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 845.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, as we're getting close to breaking for the Christmas holiday, I'm glad that this last bill the Natural Resources Committee will offer is one that we will have a debate on that resolves an issue that has united the Bush, Obama, Biden, and Trump administrations alike. Not sure there's another issue like that out there, but this is one of them. Because each of those administrations has agreed that the gray wolf is a recovered species and should be removed from the Endangered Species Act, or ESA protection. H.R. 845, the Pet and Livestock Protection Act, sponsored by Representatives Boebert and Tiffany, instructs the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to reissue its 2020 final rule that delisted the gray wolf from the list of threatened and endangered species in the entire lower 48 states. Recovery of the gray wolf is a true ESA success story, and there aren't a lot of them. In the 1970s, the species was at risk in the lower 48 states. Today, the gray wolf numbers in the thousands across the Great Lakes and Rocky Mountains, with each of these populations being connected to tens of thousands of wolves in Canada. The first Trump administration recognized the successful recovery and issued a delisting rule for gray wolves in the lower 48 states. Unfortunately, this rule was vacated by a federal judge in California in a blatant instance of judicial activism. But don't just take my word for it. The Biden administration appealed the California judge's vacature of the 2020 Trump rule, arguing, and I quote, "The district court misunderstood the ESA's clear mandate and compounded that error by imposing its own review of the science," end quote. By every sensible definition, the gray wolf is a recovered species, and that recovery should be celebrated as a success of the ESA. Gray wolf populations are healthy and thriving in every region in which they are found. The Great Lakes region has the largest concentration of gray wolves in the lower 48 states, with approximately 4,200 wolves inhabiting Michigan, Minnesota, and Wisconsin. Moreover, this population is connected to at least 12,000 to 14,000 wolves in central Canada. The western United States is also home to roughly 2,500 wolves, including already delisted populations in Montana, Idaho, Washington, Oregon, and Wyoming. This population is connected to over 15,000 wolves in western Canada. The Biden administration's own science determined that wolves in the western United States had a healthy abundance, retained genetic diversity, could respond to high mortality events, and maintained adaptive capacity. Most of these wolves reside in states where they have already been delisted. The science is clear. Gray wolves have recovered in the lower 48 states, and it's time to return their management to the states which have managed and will continue to manage wolf populations responsibly. I encourage my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're here in D.C. during the final week before the holidays. Families back home are struggling with the increasing costs of groceries, housing affordability, natural disaster recovery, and health care. That's what we should be working on. Instead, what has Republican leadership scheduled this week? A bill that's routinely used in Congress to kill time on the floor and that will go nowhere in the Senate. H.R. 845, the Pet and Livestock Protection Act, would strip federal endangered species protection from gray wolves and block courts from reviewing that decision. This bill would force the Interior Department to reissue a 2020 Trump rule to delist the gray wolves that was struck down by a federal court in 2022. Why was it struck down? Because a Republican-appointed judge found it failed to use the best available science, didn't consider threats to wolves outside core populations, and ignored the needs across their entire range, all in violation of the Endangered Species Act. Instead of accepting that decision, this bill doubles down on bad science and even prevents courts from weighing in. If you're sure wolves have recovered, then there's no need to block judicial review. But that's not the case here. Instead, my colleagues want to remove endangered species protections because of politics instead of science, and that's not how the Endangered Species Act works. Wolves are an Endangered Species Act success story. Their population has increased from fewer than 1,000 animals to over 6,000 today, but recovery remains fragile and incomplete. Wildlife management should be based on science and collaboration. Our natural heritage and the health of our ecosystems are worth protecting for future generations. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this bill, and I'm looking forward to hearing further discussions from my colleagues. And I reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Colorado, the lead sponsor of this legislation, Ms. Boebert.
The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for helping lead on this issue. And I want to say thank you to my colleague, Representative Tom Tiffany, who has also been instrumental in this piece of legislation. Mr. Speaker, Colorado is at the center of our nation for wolf battles. That's why Congressman Tom Tiffany and I introduced H.R. 845, the Pet and Livestock Protection Act. My bill delists the gray wolf from the federal endangered species list and returns the issue of wolf management to the states and tribal wildlife agencies. This doesn't mean that wolves will not be managed. It just means that the federal government will step aside and we will have proper state management. I think we believe in federalism here in the 10th Amendment and trust our states to do the right thing. Leftists want to eliminate hunting, lock up our lands, further restrict gun rights, and pander to the interests of extreme environmentalists who don't understand our rural way of life. In 2020, in Colorado, Denver and Boulder voted to reintroduce gray wolves west of the Continental Divide. This ballot box biology has led Colorado to rush through the importation of Canadian gray wolves and has set them loose in our state despite numerous protests and questions about the legality of this dysfunctional and chaotic approach, putting predators over people. And these predators do not obey arbitrary boundaries. Sure, Colorado may say they will be introduced west of the Continental Divide, but that doesn't keep them west, and that doesn't necessarily keep them in Colorado either, as we have seen. Importing foreign predators into our state has received pushback from our tribes, energy operators, and our farmers and ranchers. ESA restrictions prohibit ranchers and pet owners from protecting their livestock and pets, as ranchers who shoot at, injure, or kill protected wolves stalking sheep or cattle face potential prosecution. Unfortunately, wolves, again, don't see state lines. They don't know the difference between state, federal, tribal, or private land. It's in their nature to travel great distances in pursuit of prey, whether that's deer, elk, sheep, cattle, or even our pets. And it's been well documented that wolves don't only hunt to satisfy their need, to satisfy their hunger. They also hunt for sport. In March of this year, one of the Canadian wolves attacked and killed a working cattle dog in Jackson County, Colorado, neighboring one of the counties that I represent in my district. Last year, a gray wolf from the Great Lakes region was found over 1,000 miles away in Elbert County, east of the Continental Divide, in Colorado's 4th District, where I represent. Colorado's agricultural producers have lost $580,000 in just 1 year from wolves already introduced. We should listen to our farmers and ranchers and finally delist the gray wolf. Gray wolves were first listed under the ESA in 1967. That's 58 years ago. Since then, delisting the gray wolves has been supported by the Obama, Trump, and even Biden administrations. In November 2020, scientists and nonpartisan career employees at the Department of Interior once again found gray wolves were fully recovered and once again issued a rule that returned management of the gray wolf populations to state and tribal wildlife agencies, as it should be. Unfortunately, frivolous litigation was filed by environmental extremists, and an activist California judge pandered to them by vacating the 2020 rule and unilaterally relisting the gray wolf by judicial fiat. Mr. Speaker, the science is crystal clear on this issue. Gray wolves should no longer be on the endangered species list. We can no longer put farmers, ranchers, and even our pets in harm's way by using taxpayer dollars to protect a species that has been fully recovered. It's time for the federal government to get out of the way and allow the state and tribal wildlife agencies to manage this species. Again, just as my colleague on the other side of the aisle agrees, this is an Endangered Species Act success story, and I urge support in my bill. I yield.
The gentlelady yields. The gentleman reserves. The chair lays before the House the following enrolled bill.
Senate 1071, an act to authorize appropriations for fiscal year 2026 for military activities of the Department of Defense, for military construction, and for defense activities of the Department of Energy to prescribe military personnel strengths for such fiscal year and for other purposes.
The gentlelady from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When my colleagues say an activist judge overturned this, it was a Republican-appointed judge that found, again, that it failed to use the best available science. I also want to say that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service just canceled the first ever nationwide gray wolf recovery plan, which was due this month. This comprehensive science-based plan would have finally provided a holistic approach to wolf recovery with all stakeholders at the table. This is the type of solution that the courts have been seeking after invalidating 5 of the 6 previous attempts to delist wolves. Unfortunately, H.R. 845 is part of a pattern. Instead of investing time and money into supporting proven paths of success, we're voting on far-reaching and unscientific proposals that don't actually solve the problem and won't make it into law. H.R. 845 would also fragment and make wolf management harder. So with that, I would like to yield 4 minutes to the gentlewoman from Michigan.
The gentlelady from Michigan is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, we are witnessing an unprecedented extinction crisis with 1 million species at risk of disappearing forever in coming decades. As the co-chair of the Endangered Species Act, protecting our nation's wildlife is one of my top priorities. I am deeply concerned that the provisions included in this bill will cause our country to backtrack on the progress we made, and that's why I have to be opposed today to the bill on the floor, the so-called Pet and Livestock Protection Act. There's been a lot of discussion about the gray wolf. Well, let's talk about the delisting of the gray wolf under the Endangered Species Act. While progress has been made in certain regions, the reality is clear. Gray wolves have not yet achieved full recovery, and removing federal protections would be premature and dangerous. Today, wolves occupy only a fraction of their historic range. Large areas of suitable habitat remain unoccupied, and many existing populations are small, isolated, and genetically vulnerable. True recovery under the Endangered Species Act requires not just survival in a few regions, but long-term security across a significant portion of the species range. We also know from experience what happens when protections are lifted too soon. After previous delisting efforts, several states moved quickly to authorize aggressive hunting and trapping seasons. And in some cases, wolf populations declined sharply within one single year. These setbacks erase decades of conservation progress and create instability rather than sound wildlife management. Gray wolves play a vital role in maintaining healthy ecosystems. As apex predators, they help regulate prey populations, they reduce overgrazing, and promote the recovery of forests and watersheds. These ecological benefits support biodiversity and contribute to healthier landscapes that benefit hunters, farmers, outdoor recreation, and rural communities alike. Some argue that delisting is necessary to address conflicts with livestock and local communities, but science tells a different story. Broad lethal control does not reliably reduce livestock losses and can actually increase conflicts by disrupting pack structure. Non-lethal tools such as range riders, flattery, improved husbandry practices, and fair compensation programs have proven to be far more effective and deserve continued investment. The Endangered Species Act is one of the most successful conservation laws in our nation's history. It sets clear, science-based standard for recovery and requires that threats be adequately addressed before protections are removed. Delisting gray wolves without enforceable, science-based state management plans undermines both the intent of the law and public trust. And this decision is about more than one species. It's about whether we let politics override science, or whether we uphold our responsibility to protect wildlife for future generations. Until gray wolves are truly recovered, connected across the range, and protected by durable management plans, federal protections must remain in place. That's why attempts to delist the gray wolves through congressional action are opposed by scientists, conservation groups, and the majority of Americans across the political spectrum. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to oppose delisting and to stand with science, conservation, and the rule of law.
The gentlelady's time has expired.
I yield back.
Thank you. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to state again, the gray wolf is an ESA recovery success story. We should be celebrating this. Now, while gray wolves might not currently occupy all of their historic range, they do not meet the criteria for listing under the ESA. This was confirmed by the Biden administration, as with previous administrations before. Now, most species are not found throughout their historic range. Elk and black bears, for example, are still absent from much of their historic range, but they are not listed under the ESA. According to my colleague's argument, the wolf can't be recovered until it's back into its entire historic range. Mr. Speaker, the Northeast United States is part of the historic range of the gray wolf. If what I'm hearing right is correct, are we promoting restoring the wolf to the northeastern United States with the metropolitan and suburban areas where packs of wolves can range 100 miles a day? Is that what we want to make the criteria before we say gray wolves are recovered? The scientists at the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, in the Biden administration, along with the ones in the Trump administration, the Obama administration, and the Bush administration, have said the gray wolf is recovered. This is just another push to continue a top-down federal approach to wildlife management that does little to actually help wildlife. Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin Mr. Tiffany.
The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to suggest to the gentle lady from Michigan, if she wants to do a ride-along with me and deliver wolves to Madison, Wisconsin, part of their previous range, I would be happy to do that if she would join along in that process. I just want to address one thing in regards to the gentle lady from Oregon. We've got really good news, what she talked about in regards to inflation. I urge her to watch CNN this morning with the inflation numbers that have come out that are the lowest since 2021. Good news as we end 2025, and it is really good news as we go into 2026 that the Pet and Livestock Protection Act is going to pass out of the House of Representatives today. Federal protections were established a couple decades ago, and there were hundreds of wolves in Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Michigan. Now there are over 4,000 wolves. Talk about inflation. It has hit the wolf population. Also, if you go back to 2015, 26 of the most eminent wildlife biologists in the upper Midwest urged these judges to delist the wolf, take them off the Endangered Species Act because the wolf is recovered, as the data has shown. Populations have been bouncing back and forth between being listed and delisted, and this bill provides a permanent solution, returning the population management back to the states. As everyone in Wisconsin knows, this is something we've seen far too often. Most recently, when the judge in Oakland, California, vacated the 2020 delisting rule and unilaterally put it back on the ESA list by judicial fiat. Wisconsinites know best when it comes to managing Wisconsin's wolf population, and it's long past time we empowered Wisconsinites to be able to manage the gray wolf population once again. The chairman handled it in a very positive manner. This is a recovery success under the Endangered Species Act. This is the graphic representation of what is happening, the carnage that is happening across our states in rural areas where pets and livestock are being slaughtered because the wolf is not being managed. You talk to any sportsman, and they will tell you the wolf belongs on the landscape. But when you do not manage a wildlife population, this is what happens. The slaughter continues of people's pets and livestock. Gray wolf delisting has been supported by 4 presidents. Even the Biden administration's Fish and Wildlife Service asked a federal appeals court last fall to reinstate the rule. The gray wolf has been the latest recovery success, with significant populations in the Rocky Mountains and Western Great Lakes. There's something else we should all remember. When a species is removed from the ESA list, it's something we should celebrate. From farmers to pet owners to sportsmen and women, delisting the great wolf is of paramount importance to rural America and maintain.
30 seconds.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. In order to maintain our rural way of life, the wolf needs to be delisted. It's past time to return management to the states. This is a legislative fix we can do. I urge my colleagues to vote yes. I urge the United States Senate to pass this bill when it comes over to them, and I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlelady from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the words of my good friend from Wisconsin. I invite him to come to my district, where the manufacturers in my district are paying more for goods that they have to import to build things in the U.S., and my farmers and wine producers and exporters are losing their markets, so have less money to pay for the things where the prices have risen for their Thanksgiving, Christmas dinner, and presents. But you are welcome to come. Also, the issue with H.R. 45, after the 2020 delisting, in Wisconsin, 30% of its wolf population was killed in just 4 days. Idaho passed a law allowing the killing of up to 90% of wolves, including the pups. Montana removed wolf protections around Yellowstone, raising bag limits and expanded trapping, killing many of the beloved wolves that tourists travel from around the world to see. And the ecological consequences matter. Wolves are a keystone species critical to healthy ecosystems. When reintroduced to Yellowstone in 1995, they provided benefits throughout the entire ecosystem. Wolves changed elk behavior, allowing willows and aspens to recover. They brought back beaver, whose dams created habitats for fish, amphibians, and birds. One study found a 1,500% increase in the willow growth, surpassing 82% of tropic cascades in global analysis. And recently, we've seen evidence that wolves are helping to protect deer and elk populations from the spread of chronic wasting disease, a horrifying neurological disease rampaging through the states and causing real problems for hunters. State of Oregon has worked to lead the way in wolf recovery, but there's only so much we can do if neighboring wolf populations are wiped out. We want to see recovery, get the environmental benefits, and also make sure that our ranchers are compensated for any losses that occur. And with that, I would like to yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, my good friend, Representative Beyer.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 4 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. As co-chair of this House Endangered Species Caucus, I rise today in strong opposition to H.R. 845. This bill, formerly called the Trust in Science Act, has gone under a rebrand since the best available science contradicts this politically motivated bill. I'm here to remind the American people of some key facts underlying this bill. First, a small reminder, people are predators too. In fact, we're the most successful apex predator of all time. This has the deeply unpopular Project 2025's name all over this. Look at page 534, Part 3, Section 16, where delisting the gray wolf is listed as the second highest priority for the Department of Interior, just behind delisting the grizzly bear. Despite the Trump administration's incompetence and chaos, we have not forgotten about the direction coming from Project 2025 and the damage already done to our country. Second, this bill fails to recognize the status of gray wolves today, taking us back to an outdated rulemaking that didn't hold up in court. It's important to recognize state-by-state differences in wolf recovery, but also in state-sanctioned predation. What does the best available recovery science say today? That's what we should be supporting. Gray wolf recovery goals are outdated, and they need to be updated, and that's what we should be working on instead of this extinction effort, and that's what this is. Permission to once again reduce wolf population in the lowest 48 to 0. And we know that premature delisting hinders the ability of gray wolves to be delisted legitimately. Today, wolves continue to face ongoing serious threats to their survival, including poaching, habitat loss, and a patchwork of inconsistent state mismanagement. The protections of the ESA have allowed gray wolf populations across the country to stabilize and regain strength. If delisted nationally, gray wolves will once again be hunted and trapped to the point of extinction. If we actually wanted to trust the science, we see that the gray wolf has made progress in their recovery, but also that wolves in the northern Rocky Mountains are being killed in dramatic numbers, even the celebrated Yellowstone National Park's gray wolves. The Biden administration recognized this and put forth a National Wolf Recovery Plan that was supposed to be released last week on December 12th. This highly anticipated plan would have developed a comprehensive nationwide recovery plan that would have engaged the public to help develop a unified recovery approach based on scientific evidence, but unfortunately, the Trump administration hastily announced its cancellation last November. By the way, the only reason Canadian wolves were necessary because we had killed every last lower 48 wolf. And finally, I have to address the spurious argument that protecting pets and livestock somehow is ample justification for delisting the wolves. In Montana, Mr. Speaker, fewer than 60 livestock out of almost 3 million are killed every year by wolves. That's a loss of one loss for every 50,000 cows or sheep. That is a very tiny loss ratio compared to deaths by accident, lightning, freezing temperature, and all the other natural hazards that come from living outside 365 days a year. Not to mention that most of these animals are being raised to be slaughtered. The numbers don't look much different in Wyoming or Idaho. And ranchers are compensated very generously for losses related to wolves, always more than market value, sometimes 3 times the value of the animal lost. Mr. Speaker, State Farm reported that 93,000 dogs, not 5 or 10, 93,000 were hit by cars in 2022, yet no one has suggested banishing automobiles. I love dogs. Most of us do. We know how smart and complicated and ferociously loyal they are. They are just wolves we have tamed. And there is abundant evidence that wolf families are more like human families than any other species. Wolves and men have evolved together over the millennia. One reason wolves show up in all our most important stories, poems, and songs. When we kill all the wolves, we kill something in our own humanity. When we deny our connection to nature and to what is beautiful and glorious. How can we proclaim the wonder of existence, the generosity of a loving God, and then hate the charismatic creatures he has also given to this world? I urge my colleagues to kill this bill. Thank you.
The gentlelady from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the whole state of Virginia was at one time gray wolf habitat. Washington, D.C. had gray wolves. When are we going to turn them loose here on the Mall or in Old Town or whatever part of Virginia? This is a problem that seems to get exported to rural areas, and people turn a blind eye to what happens in the rural areas. Also, there's a difference between desiring fewer wolves and desiring no wolves. States where wolves have already been delisted have a proven track record of success, which has been confirmed by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. This bill does not prohibit the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service from listing the wolf in the future if it determines a listing is warranted. However, as the service has confirmed multiple times, the gray wolf currently does not meet those criteria. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber.
The gentleman is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member of the newly formed Follow the Science Caucus, I rise today in strong support of a bill I am proud to co-sponsor, H.R. 845, the Pet and Livestock Protection Act. It's been proven time and time again that the gray wolf is not endangered and, in fact, has fully recovered. When the gray wolf was listed as threatened in Minnesota under the Endangered Species Act in 1978, a recovery goal of 1,250 to 1,400 wolves was set. Today, according to data from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources, we have over 2,700 wolves in Minnesota. But, as my constituents would tell you, Mr. Chair, that is a severe undercount. It's more like 5,000 to 7,000 in Minnesota. Over half of the gray wolves across the lower 48 are in Minnesota, and most of them can be found in my district. The gray wolf might be one of the greatest success stories of the ESA, and one that should be celebrated. Now that the species has recovered, it's time to delist. But that's just not my opinion. It's a bipartisan view that's been held by several presidential administrations on both sides of the aisle. In 2009, the Bush administration delisted the gray wolves. Activist groups sued to relist. In 2013, the Obama administration delisted the gray wolves. Activist groups sued to relist. In 2020, the Trump administration delisted gray wolves. Activist groups sued to relist. And just last year, the Biden administration even agreed when they chose to defend the Trump administration's 2020 delisting rule. Presidents Bush, Obama, Trump, and even Biden trusted the science and sought to do the right thing. It's activist groups, with the help of activist judges, who continue to choose to disregard the science and fight to keep these unnecessary protections in place. As a result, my constituents have to face growing wolf populations in their backyards each and every day. Look at this photo right here to my right. Just last month in Ely, Minnesota, a wolf was seen in a school parking lot in the middle of the day, just feet from the schoolhouse door. And because of the gray wolf's listing status, nothing could be done to protect the lives of the students there. The broken ESA is putting my constituents' lives at risk. Simply said, it's beyond time that the gray wolf is delisted under the ESA. Unfortunately, as long as activists are willing to abuse our federal court system to weaponize the ESA, I'm afraid an administrative delisting will never be possible. There's only one alternative, Mr. Chair. Congress needs to act and finally vote in legislation to delist the gray wolves. You know, as a hunter in northern Minnesota, last year I held several town halls on the gray wolf and the concerns of delisting. Hunters for Hunters, Hunter Nation, other pro-hunting groups supported this endeavor. If you look at trail cams, for example, you'll see a nice, beautiful, in this case, 8-point buck. 10 minutes later, on the same trail cam, comes the wolf. Who knows what happened to that big, beautiful buck? The fact of the matter is we should celebrate the ESA, the accomplishment. The gray wolf has recovered. Let the states manage it. They can be more nimble than the federal government. I urge my colleagues to join me in support of this important piece of legislation, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves.
reserves.
The gentlelady from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, look, I want to acknowledge that wolf livestock conflicts do happen, and ranchers deserve to be support when there's wolf problem. And we already have tools that work to address these conflicts, but this bill does nothing to improve them or to help our ranchers. H.R. 845 has no funding for conflict mitigation, no support for non-lethal deterrence, no additional compensation from losses. And if we want to delist wolves responsibly, we need to give Fish and Wildlife Service the resources and direction it needs to work collaboratively, respond to science, and invest in conflict prevention. And with that, I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from California, the ranking member, Representative Huffman.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank the gentlelady from Oregon. The gentlelady is right. If we want to talk about the occasional conflicts that exist between livestock and pets and any predators, that's a legitimate conversation. But what we are hearing from across the aisle is really jumping the shark, if you'll forgive another predator metaphor. We are being led to believe that packs of wolves are about to descend on urban areas in New England and Madison, Wisconsin, and that they are looming outside of schools. And you know, I think my colleagues across the aisle need to understand the American people are a little smarter than that. They're kind of going to see through this Little Red Riding Hood meets Chupacabra narrative that you were trying to spin to scare people about wolves. But let me tell you the way it actually works. The Endangered Species Act does not prevent wildlife managers from intervening anytime a wolf or any other predator threatens property or human beings. In fact, just a few weeks ago in Northern California, I believe it was the Sierra Valley, a pack of wolves from one of our packs there had begun preying on cattle in an area where they're concentrated because of the way they move through the state. And the California Department of Fish and Wildlife came in and took some. I think they took 5 or 6 of them, killed them. There was no ESA lawsuit. There was no violation of the law. So a little reality check on what we just heard from my colleague from Minnesota, that there was nothing anyone could do about this scary Chupacabra wolf in the school parking lot. That's nonsense. That's not the way the ESA works. Now, let's be clear. This bill is not about protecting pets or livestock. It's about politics overriding science. And the consequences of doing that are disastrous. The precedent set by this bill would be very troubling. It would tell wildlife scientists that their expertise doesn't matter. It tells tribal nations that their voices can be ignored, and it tells the American people they no longer have the right to challenge unlawful government actions. The ESA is simple and effective. It ensures decisions are grounded in science. That's the heart of it. And this bill throws that principle out the window. It mandates a nationwide delisting of gray wolves and explicitly blocks judicial review. It would prevent courts from doing their job to determine whether a government action even complies with the law. Now, we don't have to speculate about what happens when protections for gray wolves are lifted, because we've seen it play out in the state of Wisconsin, where hunters like the group Hunter Nation, which is led by Ted Nugent and Don Jr. on the board, swept in as soon as the wolf hunting season was open. Quickly, they did that despite objections from tribes in the region, and the result was devastating. 218 wolves, about 20% of the state's population, were wiped out. And by the end of the season, 30% were killed, nearly twice as many wolves as the state had authorized. And over the course of about 60 hours, thousands of hunters, including some unlicensed hunters, participated in coordinating hunting groups. They engaged in a dangerous, terrorizing campaign against the wolves using bait and wolf calls. They hunted at night. They used dogs. 188 wolves were taken by dogs. They killed 130 wolf pups that were less than 2 years old. This is not thoughtful, science-based management of the state's wolf population. This is not celebrating the recovery of the wolf, as we keep hearing in this debate. This week, we received a letter from the Wisconsin tribes who had sued to try to stop that hunt. And in the letter, they object to this bill today. They point out the inadequacy of existing state-level regulatory mechanisms that led to that disaster in Wisconsin. I ask unanimous consent to enter that letter into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tribes support continued protection for wolves. 78% of Americans support continued protection for wolves. They want to see living wolf pups in Yellowstone, not news stories about tortured wolves in bars or wolf hunts with dogs. So I urge my colleagues to vote no on this bill. And I would also like to just move to some additional remarks that are part of our motion to recommit. The entire debate so far has shown why members of Congress have no business in listing and delisting decisions. We are not scientific experts. We are not objective scientists tasked with assessing population numbers, recovery goals, and continued threats to the species, and that is why the ESA properly leaves those questions to actual experts, not politicians. For that reason, we shouldn't be passing this bill at all, but if Republicans are going to go down this road, then there should at least be some guardrails in place that are based on actual science. So for this reason, at the appropriate time, I'll offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee, and if the House rules permitted, I would have offered this motion with an important amendment to this bill. We were not allowed to do that. My amendment is straightforward. The NRA gets to have this bill and its little hunting spree, but if Ted Nugent and Don Jr. and all the other folks who need to do this to prove their manhood actually go where scientists have warned us about and take the wolf population down below science-based recovery standards, then the Secretary of Interior would have to issue an emergency regulation temporarily restoring federal protection in that instance. So this would provide a necessary backstop if Congress legislatively delists the gray wolf and it careens right back toward extinction again, which we know it would. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the text of this amendment. Hope my colleagues will join me in voting for the motion to recommit in a few moments and keeping a modicum of actual science in the Endangered Species Act. I yield back.
Without objection, the motion is agreed to. The gentlelady reserves from Oregon. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have a question. Which will it be? What's the good science? As I've mentioned before, the Obama administration, the Bush administration, the first Trump administration, the Biden administration, all said the wolf has been recovered. The experts, the scientists at U.S. Fish and Wildlife have said it's been recovered. Yet my friends argue it's not been recovered because there's some places where its native range is that the wolf is not there. I remind everyone, we are in gray wolf territory, historical gray wolf territory. Now, Mr. Speaker, like many, like you probably and myself, I've walked around D.C. at night, and this is a rat-infested city. I think there would be at least a little bit of food for the wolves if we were to turn a pack loose on the mall. But what happens when they eat all the rats? What do they go after next? Now, this is a preposterous situation because I don't think anybody really wants a pack of wolves on the mall. But if you go down the logic trail that my colleagues are making, the wolf is not recovered until it's back in its historic range. So why do we want to say sit in a big city where wolves once were and say, we want wolves just not in our backyard. We want them out in the Midwest or the West where it's somebody else's problem, but we don't want those problems here because it makes no sense to put wolves back here in the big cities and across the Northeast. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California where they have a lot of wolves, Mr. LaMalfa.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, my colleague from Arkansas. It's amazing here. I represent the northeast corner of California where the wolves are being inflicted upon the people and the wildlife of that area. And the stuff I hear coming from the other side of the aisle about recovering the wolves and even the mocking, yes, it's real. There's wolves that are encroaching on elementary schools in Siskiyou County, the Little Shasta Elementary School. This isn't some Little Red Riding Hood story. This isn't some made-up deal. It's very real. And they're coming closer and closer to town all over the northeast part of California. So my colleague from the North Coast, when he mocks us like that, I'm wondering if this Proposition 50 in California kicks in, and he ends up representing my constituents up there that are fighting against this, and I'm their only voice in that echo chamber of California against this. Are you going to have town halls up there? Are you going to go into Modoc County, Siskiyou County, Sierra Valley, and tell them this is a Red Riding Hood story about the wolves devouring their livestock, eating up all their wildlife? It's the mocking. Why is it you can't stand?
The gentleman will suspend. The House will be in order. The gentleman may continue.
Why is it you can't stand the people that produce the food, the lumber that come from my part of the state, from the West, from the rural parts of America? Is it you want all of your beef? I guess if you don't eat beef, you might be able to have this conversation. Do you want your beef to be imported from somewhere else? You don't want it not to be produced here under our standards? Why is it you hate my constituents that just try and provide the urban people with what they need? Because we don't need a hell of a lot that's coming from the urban area, I'll tell you what. So if you want to cater only to Marin County and have this population continue to devastate our people up there and rein in just a little bit the misinterpretation of the Endangered Species Act over the 50 years, yeah, it was well-intentioned when it came out. It was a temporary tool, but it never was meant to be a life or even a death sentence for livestock and for people's livelihoods in this area of here or all over the West. So this is a clear example of how the ESD has drifted a long ways from that. And it's high time that people have tools, especially my home state of California, where they have no tools until the Fish and Game finally decides to come in and pretend to do something.
Gentleman's time has expired.
I yield back.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlelady from Oregon is recognized.
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Bentz.
The gentleman is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 845. The bill would address at least some of the injury and injustice being inflicted upon my state and my constituents by the inappropriate and unfair enforcement of the Endangered Species Act as it has been applied in the reintroduction of the gray wolf. This injustice is apparent in the federal government's inability to manage and control the killing, the maiming, and the terrorizing of thousands of head of livestock across my district, across the rest of the United States, and in the failure of the government to properly pay for the cost of its decision to reintroduce the wolf. I will address the lack of management first. Let me begin my discussion of failed management by showing several pictures which are graphic illustrations of the lurking reality that many of my ranching families must deal with every single day. As you can see, there's nothing refined about how a wolf goes about feeding itself. You can only imagine the feelings of the rancher when he or she finds their livestock torn apart or dying. You can try to imagine the anger they feel knowing that they are legally prevented from stopping that wolf before it causes this pain and horror to their cattle and calves, and stopping these animals from doing, the wolves, this over and over again and again. I've held meeting after meeting across my district listening over and over to stories about wolves attacking herds, scattering to the four winds terrified cattle and calves, and ignoring the sad hazing efforts that we heard about earlier from across the aisle that livestock owners are reduced to using under the law to try to protect their livelihoods. The fury, the anger, the frustration, the fear of wolf that may at some point attack a child, which it came close to doing earlier last year while children in my district were waiting for a school bus, is totally understandable, and why we're on this floor sharing the reality of the wolf in America today. If we're to protect those who are trying their best to feed this country, to make a living, to keep their communities viable and safe, to put out range fires, to pay their taxes, and continue to be productive parts of this nation, we must manage the wolf, and this means we must delist the wolf and move management of these creatures back to the states. Remember, this is exactly what the Democrat, Obama and Biden administration, and Republican, Bush and Trump administrations have agreed needed to be done literally years ago. The wolf listed status continues only because of judicial fiat. Let me turn to the actual cost of reintroduction of the wolf and the need for those who have created this cost to be responsible for paying for it. University studies show that the annual cost of the wolf to the cattle business as of a few years ago is estimated to be $128 million. That's each year. This number far higher now that cattle prices are higher. Many think the only cost of the wolf is the killing of the livestock. But the impact of the primal fear and terror cattle understandably feel when a wolf is near has dramatic and serious impacts on weight gain and on pregnancy rates. These losses in production are real and they are serious. In a time when even the president is concerned about beef prices, these losses affect everyone by causing a reduction in the size of America's cattle herd and, of course, their productivity. In recognition of this damage caused by the wolf, laws have been enacted some in the Big Beautiful Bill and some at the state level to try to bring at least some ESA reimbursement equity into play by providing some payment to the owners for the death of cattle caused by wolves. But these programs come nowhere close to offsetting the very real loss. And I can assure you, the rancher would be absolutely happier if he or she could completely avoid these losses that lead to asking for justice under these programs. If we are to properly and fairly and logically manage the wolf, we must pass Congresswoman Boebert's and Tom Tiffany's bill, H.R. 845, the Pet and Livestock Protection Act. This bill would federally delist the wolf and allow states to actually manage wolf populations, not exterminate, manage. And if we are to properly allocate responsibility for the monetary cost of the wolf, that is, for the cost of the Endangered Species Act, America itself must pay for the consequences of this law, and this means Congress must manage the problem and then appropriate dollars to pay for it. Let's begin by passing this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlelady from Oregon is recognized.
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Crink.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the Pet and Livestock Protection Act, which I'm a co-sponsor of, led by my friends Representative Boebert and Representative Tiffany. The truth is, Congress should not have to step in to delist the gray wolf here, but here we are. That's because the Endangered Species Act listing process no longer works as it was intended to do. The gray wolf has exceeded recovery goals, and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, under both Republican and Democrat administrations, has repeatedly concluded that the species should be delisted. Yet every time, radical groups, litigious groups, step in to block that decision. They ignore science, they ignore facts, and they ignore the law. They don't want recovery, they want permanent federal control. And meanwhile, wolves are wreaking unchecked havoc on ranchers, on farmers, on wildlife, and on rural communities who are paying the price. In the state of Wyoming, since they reintroduced the wolf, their moose population has decreased by 80%. So why are we choosing wolves over moose in the state of Wyoming? I spend more time in wolf country than probably many of the members on this House floor. The elk populations are being decimated. They're starved. They are, I hear my colleagues on the other side talking about in 4 days they killed 30 wolves. You know what? That's called wildlife management. You can do that. You know, when you have a hunting season for deer and you set a goal to kill 200 deer, there's 200 deer killed in a week. It's wildlife management. That's what we do. And that's what the professionals do and do exceedingly well. I find it interesting that it's the people in this chamber who don't have wolves in their district who want wolves in other people's districts. Thank you. I yield back. Thank you.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlelady from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will just clarify, I said in 4 days, 30% of the wolf population was killed. 30%, not 30 wolves. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire of how much time we have remaining?
The gentleman from Arkansas has 3 minutes remaining.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Hurd.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am an original co-sponsor of the Pet and Livestock Protection Act because it delists the gray wolf under the Endangered Species Act. This gives wildlife managers more control in states while protecting domestic animals from wolf attacks. For years, Republican and Democratic administrations alike under Presidents Bush, Obama, Trump, and Biden have all reached the same conclusion. The gray wolf population is healthy, has exceeded all recovery goals, and can sustain life from a variety of threats and should be delisted. The Endangered Species Act was never meant to be a permanent listing statute. It was designed to recover species, and once recovery is achieved, to step back. But that's not what's happening. Environmental groups have repeatedly run to courts to block delisting, ignoring the science, and overriding bipartisan agency findings. The cost is regulatory whiplash, uncertainty, and paralysis, while ranchers, landowners, and rural communities pay the price. Mr. Speaker, I want to respond to something that was said at the beginning of this debate. One of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle criticized this Congress for discussing wolves and said we should be focused on affordability. Well, first of all, we have been and are voting on bills that improve life and make it more affordable for every American. But here's the thing. For the ranchers and outfitters in rural Coloradans that I represent, this is affordability. This is their livelihood. This is how food gets to tables across America, whether you live in a small town or in the largest city. This is a way of life that America depends on, and it deserves respect, not dismissal. H.R. 845 is supported by science, it respects each state's circumstances, and it delivers protection for rural America. I urge support and yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlelady from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 845 delists the gray wolf across the United States and blocks judicial review of the delisting. This is an anti-science bill that prioritizes politics ahead of species conservation. This bill will result in hundreds of unnecessary and indiscriminate wolf kills while doing very little to address the legitimate conflicts between some wolves and livestock, and I'll work with anyone on addressing those legitimate conflicts. We have tools and funding available to address those concerns, not enough, but we have those, without undermining the progress we've made to recover this iconic species. So I urge my colleagues to vote no on H.R. 845, and I yield back.
Does the gentlelady yield? The gentlelady reserves.
Yield.
The gentlelady yields. The gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, the facts and the science are clear. The gray wolf is a recovered species. It's time for America to celebrate that, and Congress needs to act to make that happen. By passing this bill, Congress would be celebrating an ESA success story and endorsing the bipartisan policy of 4 successive presidential administrations, namely to trust the science and delist the gray wolf. I again want to thank Congresswoman Boebert and Congressman Tiffany for their strong leadership on this important legislation. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 951, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on Grossman and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Third reading.
Union Calendar Number 285, H.R. 845, a bill to require the Secretary of the Interior to reissue regulations removing the gray wolf from the list of endangered and threatened wildlife under the Endangered Species Act of 1973.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Huffman of California moves to recommit the bill H.R. 845 to the Committee on Natural Resources.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. Those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed say no. The noes have it. The motion is not agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those in favor of vote by yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 953, I call up Bill H.R. 498 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 498, a bill to amend Title 19 of the Social Security Act to prohibit federal Medicaid funding for gender transition procedures for minors.
Pursuant to House Resolution 953, the bill will be considered read. The bill shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided, controlled by the chair and ranking minority of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees. The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, will each control 30 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I use unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks on the legislation and exert extraneous material on H.R. 498.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 498, the Do No Harm in Medicaid Act. This bill helps support our fellow hardworking Americans whose valuable and finite tax dollars should not continue to fund medically unnecessary care under the Medicaid program. It is our duties as members of Congress to focus hard-earned taxpayer dollars on care that is medically necessary to improve the health of Americans. The H.R. 498 Do No Harm in Medicaid Act does just that. It prohibits federal funding from dollars from going towards specified gender transition procedures for individuals under 18. My fellow House Republicans, particularly my colleagues on the Energy and Commerce Committee, have worked diligently this Congress to eliminate waste, fraud, and abuse in the Medicaid program and Working Families Tax Cut Act. Our goal is to eliminate unnecessary and improper procedures and strengthen Medicaid for expectant mothers of children, low-income seniors, individuals with disabilities. CBO estimates that this bill would save taxpayers $445 million over a decade, and I want to make it abundantly clear, it does no way prevents minors from accessing medical care that they truly need. It just simply prohibits the use of Medicaid funding on specified procedures that are medically unnecessary. This critical legislation builds upon our work in the Working Families Tax Act to create a more sustainable Medicaid program, and I ask my colleagues to support the bill, and I will reserve my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it is shamelessly bold for Republicans to bring a bill to the floor called the Do No Harm in Medicaid Act. But that's today's Republican Party. They simply lack any shame, and I mean really, saying that they are doing no harm to Medicaid when their big ugly bill earlier this year cut nearly $1 trillion from the Medicaid program. That's a huge cut that will leave millions of low-income families without any health coverage at all. We're already seeing the devastating effects of their big ugly bill. States which are already facing budget shortfalls stare down a reduction of as many as 20% of their federal Medicaid funding. They're being left with an impossible challenge, and many have started cutting. We're seeing across-the-board cuts that are crippling hospitals, maternity units, home care providers, and clinics. We're seeing health care providers close their doors and cut their services. And we're seeing states scale back benefits, leaving even those who are able to keep their Medicaid coverage with less of the health care that they need. And now, even with all that, Republicans have the audacity to bring a bill to the floor that they claim is about doing no harm in Medicaid. That's not what this is about. H.R. 498 is an extreme attack on medically necessary health care for children. The bill bans Medicaid funding for gender-affirming care for minors and strips states of even more Medicaid funding if they choose to cover this medically necessary care with their own state dollars. Republicans, Mr. Speaker, are once again reaching into the doctor's office and taking deeply personal and private medical questions out of the hands of doctors, parents, and patients and putting it into their own hands, as if anyone wants politicians making medical decisions for them and their children. Now, as members of Congress, we ought to be focused on bringing down healthcare costs and ensuring people have access to the healthcare they need, not getting in the way of doctors and parents who know what's best for their patients and their children. The reality is this floor debate is nothing more than political theater aimed at distracting from the devastating healthcare crisis Republicans created and are making worse every day. They're trying to distract from the fact that their healthcare cuts are going to strip healthcare away from 15 million Americans and close hospitals all across the nation. They're trying to distract from the fact that they're letting the Affordable Care Act's enhanced premium tax credits expire on January 1st. The Republican inaction is driving up healthcare costs for more than 20 million Americans who are facing double, triple, or even quadruple premium increases. So, Mr. Speaker, Republicans can't distract from this cruelty. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this bill. I also call on Speaker Johnson to immediately bring up the Jeffries discharge petition that now has the support of a majority of House members, and that would extend the ACA premium tax credits for 3 years. A majority of this House, Democrat and Republican, wants to act to extend these tax credits. It's time, Speaker Johnson, to bring that bill to the floor. And I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will yield 2 minutes to my good friend from Illinois, Representative Miller.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 498, the Do No Harm in Medicaid Act. Medicaid was designed as a safety net to be used only by U.S. citizens when they fall into hard times and need medical support. It was never intended to bankroll irreversible, gender-mutilating surgeries on vulnerable children. Yet today, this program is being exploited by the far left, preying on young children to advance their radical trans agenda. Adolescence is a vulnerable time for boys and girls. They are growing into the young men and women that God intended them to be. What these children really need is love and wise counsel, not taxpayer-funded, permanent chemical sterilization, mutilating surgeries, or activists profiting from their confusion. The most egregious actor is none other than Planned Parenthood, the leading abortion provider in the nation and now the leading provider of these dangerous procedures. The Do No Harm in Medicaid Act shields innocent children from predatory companies and stops Medicaid from weaponizing against our next generation. The federal government has no business paying for the destruction of children's bodies, and the American people should never be complicit in it. Thank you to my colleagues for leading this bill, and I urge all to vote yes. Thank you, and I yield back.
I reserve. The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes now to the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, who is the chair of the Congressional Equality Caucus.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this hateful legislation. The so-called Do No Harm in Medicaid Act prohibits Medicaid from spending funds on medically necessary care, like puberty blockers and gender-affirming hormone treatments for transgender individuals under 18. This is Congress seeking to ban health care for the most vulnerable among us. Republicans are working to ban parents from providing their trans children on Medicaid with necessary health care. These types of decisions should be made between families and their physicians. Yet, here we are, having politicians in Washington, D.C. telling parents across America that they know how to raise their trans youth. Transgender people need consistent access to essential and medically necessary care like everyone else. And this care makes possible for transgender people to live safely and authentically as themselves. I've spoken with countless families about the impact of this life-saving care and what it has done for their children. I have also spoken with doctors that have provided this safe and effective care. The health care that trans youth receive is a decision that they should be able to make in consultation with their parents, therapists, doctors, not by politicians. Medical care for transgender youth is safe and effective and is supported by every major medical association representing more than 1.3 million U.S. doctors. The hypocrisy of this legislation is staggering. The bill bans Medicaid from covering medical care for transgender youth, but allows for the same exact care for non-transgender youth. The proof is here in black and white. Republicans are seeking specifically to target transgender youth, and trans people are less than 1% of the population. Republicans are targeting the wrong 1%. This is not the 1% that is trying to take away the health care of all Americans. So I call on the Speaker to bring the Affordable Care Act tax credits to the floor now, today, and save health care for 22 million Americans.
Gentleman's time expired. The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will yield 2 minutes to my friend from the state of Utah, Dr. Kennedy. 2 minutes to Dr. Kennedy.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of the Do No Harm in Medicaid Act, which will ensure taxpayer dollars are not funding the evil practice of transgender child mutilation. And I thank my colleagues from Texas and from Kentucky for sponsoring this important bill. As a father of 8 myself, I know we all want our children to grow up healthy, supported, and empowered. Children should not be subjected to a medical system that pushes life-altering medical procedures and hormone treatments that are incredibly harmful. As a family doctor for over 25 years, I took an oath to do no harm and provide my patients of all ages evidence-supported treatment plans. That is why, as a Utah State Senator, I led the way in 2023 by passing Utah's landmark legislation that banned transgender treatments and procedures for minors. As a result, I faced death threats and my house was vandalized by woke activists, as demonstrated to my left. I am not deterred. That is why I'm staunchly committed to getting this right and finding federal solutions, as I did in Utah, that will protect America's children. At the core of the practice of medicine is that we do not subject the patient to unnecessary and dangerous medical treatments. When it comes to gender transition interventions, puberty blockers, hormones like testosterone and estrogen, and surgical procedures, the evidence shows that this is the wrong approach to getting these kids the help they need. The most comprehensive and authoritative review of these practices was conducted in the United Kingdom by Dr. Hilary Cass. Her 2024 Cass review concluded that the scientific evidence supporting such interventions is remarkably weak. There is no strong, long-term evidence showing that puberty blockers and transgender surgeries improve long-term mental or physical health outcomes for minors, nor is there robust data on their safety or impact on development. In the United States, the Department of Health and Human Services last month released a peer-reviewed report titled Treatment for Pediatric Gender Dysphoria, Review of Evidence and Best Practices. This study concluded that harms from treatments, including these puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, and surgeries, are significant, long-term, and frequently under-recognized in clinical research. The evidence for these interventions in minors is weak and insufficiently tracked, particularly for outcomes like fertility, psychological well-being, and quality of life.
Gentleman is recognized for an additional 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to have protected the children of Utah and commend the 25 other states that have stood up for their kids as well. I urge all my colleagues to follow the scientific evidence and stop funding these horrific procedures on kids. I yield back.
Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes now to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Tonko, who's the ranking member of our Environment Subcommittee.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from New Jersey for yielding. This bill is the latest in a long line of cruel and calculated Republican actions to erase and endanger LGBTQ plus people, especially trans youth, by using fear as a political weapon. But let's be clear, kids trying to live authentically are not a threat. Families seeking care are not political pawns. And the providers committed to their oath to do no harm are no extremists. Every major U.S. medical group agrees health care for trans youth is safe, effective, and necessary. This care can reduce anxiety, it can reduce depression and suicide risk, and help young people thrive. If any other treatment lowered suicidal ideation at the same rate, we'd call it a miracle. The ability is that we have an opportunity here to help our kids live as their true and healthy selves, and that is a miracle. Yet instead of us celebrating or expanding access to life-saving care, We're debating a bill that would prevent families from getting their children the care they need. It is frankly embarrassing. Politicians should not be telling parents how to raise their own children. I will fight bills like this with everything I have because equality and dignity and justice are not up for debate. I stand with the trans community in New York 20 and beyond and urge my colleagues to reject this bill. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will yield 5 minutes to the sponsor of the legislation, member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, my good friend from the state of Texas, Mr. Crenshaw.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am very proud to have sponsored this legislation and have fought this battle for many years. And I think we could actually get it done this time. I'm not sure that my colleagues even believe what they're saying. I think they know that their constituents don't believe it. Let's not forget, in the 1930s, the medical community believed lobotomies could cure psychosis. They also believed electroshock therapy could do the same. They even gave the lobotomy inventor a Nobel Prize in 1949. Then the science caught up with the ideology and medicine was changed for the better. Now, today's great sin in medicine is perhaps one of the worst that we've seen in human history. It's a sick and twisted ideology paired with a social media-fueled social contagion that has actually normalized the ultimate lie, which is that biological gender does not matter and can even be changed. But here's the greatest sin, that this lie also applies to children. Look, there are some very simple fundamental truths in life. Men are men, women are women, and children are innocent. They can't be told that they're in the wrong body. Mutilating children is wrong. Irreversible treatments on children who need therapy is wrong. These truths are very obvious to the vast majority of Americans, and it takes an incredible amount of propaganda and institutional coercion to get an entire society to even question these truths, and yet that's exactly what's happened. Mr. Speaker, polls indicate that more than 70% of Americans support a full ban on puberty blockers for minors. That's from places like the Washington Post. Now imagine if the question had been asked differently. That's just about puberty blockers. What if they had been asked about double mastectomies on 12-year-old girls? I think the number would be probably about 90%, maybe higher. I'm not arguing with my colleagues. I'm pleading with you to understand this. Your constituents don't want children to undergo gender transformations. They don't. Your constituents know that kids are too young to understand the consequences of permanent physiological changes. I think you know it too. And even if you're uncertain about that, I think you can rest assured that they definitely don't want their tax dollars to pay for it, which is all this bill does. This debate is so often buried under euphemisms. It's gender-affirming care. There's a medical consensus. There's a standard of care. Strip away the language, here's the reality. Healthy children are being placed on drugs that halt normal development, sterilize them, permanently alter their bodies before they're even old enough to vote or drink or get a tattoo. These are kids suffering from teenage angst, and I don't deny the existence of gender dysphoria, but psychotherapy is the answer to that, not permanent hormonal changes or surgical mutilations. That's not compassion, that's not medicine, that's an abomination. And we're told that questioning this practice puts children at risk, that if we don't medicalize a child's distress, they'll take their own life. That claim has been debunked. It is not supported by science. Studies from all over the world have proven it false, and those that continue to promulgate it should be ashamed. The highest quality medical reviews have consistently found no clear evidence that puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, or surgeries reduce suicide risk in minors. None. And yet we're told to suspend our moral judgment, suspend scientific skepticism, and accept irreversible harm as the default response to childhood stress? That's not how responsible medicine works. Puberty blockers are not approved by the FDA for treating gender dysphoria. They were never designed to interrupt normal puberty in otherwise healthy children. Cross-sex hormones can permanently compromise fertility. Surgeries irreversibly alter healthy organs. These aren't neutral acts. These are life-altering decisions imposed on minors whose brains, identities, and bodies are still developing. We're told treatments are reversible. That claim is very false. The international health authorities have concluded that suppressing puberty often locks children onto a pathway toward permanent medical transition. Nearly every child placed on puberty blockers proceeds with the cross-sex hormones, and so-called pause button that almost always leads to irreversible outcomes is not a pause, it's a trap. And while activists insist this is settled science, the rest of the world is pulling the emergency brake. The United Kingdom now limits puberty blockers. Sweden and Finland have sharply restricted their use. France's medical authorities warn of serious risks to bone development and fertility. Those lying, depraved activists reviewed the same evidence and they said, no, we're good with it. Children suffering from gender dysphoria deserve care.
The gentleman's time has expired, but the gentleman is yielded an additional 1 minute. The gentleman is recognized.
Children suffering from gender dysphoria deserve care and dignity and clinical compassion, but that compassion does not mean pushing them on a medical pathway that leads to irreversible physical harm. The answer is in evidence-based psychotherapy care, therapy, family support, clinical monitoring over time. So what does this bill even do? The Do No Harm in Medicaid Act draws a very clear moral line. The government will not participate in, endorse, or normalize irreversible gender surgeries and chemical interventions on minors. It's codifying President Trump's agenda to protect our children and keep them healthy. It says we won't be complicit. Medicaid won't fund this abomination. But contrary to many of the claims are, it preserves narrow exceptions for genuine medical conditions like early onset puberty, disorders of sex development, and treatment of complications. This was a very carefully crafted bill that addresses all of the concerns that have been made. It's not about hate. It's not about politics. It's about protecting kids when adults fail them. It's an easy vote. And I urge my colleagues to support the Do No Harm Act, please. And I yield back.
Time's expired. The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici.
The gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to Ranking Member Pallone for yielding. I rise to oppose the deceptively titled Do No Harm Act. Healthcare costs are about to skyrocket for millions of Americans across the country, but instead of solving that crisis, we're here with a bill that has politicians interfering in personal healthcare decisions and outrageously putting into law provisions that will essentially ban a type of healthcare that Republicans have decided they don't like. Personal healthcare decisions should be made by patients and providers, not by politicians. This bill attacks the rights of states by banning Medicaid from covering any medical care for transgender youth, and it would put discrimination into law because it would allow the exact same care for cisgender youth. You know, the history of gender-diverse people goes back to ancient cultures, and why this House majority is so obsessed with a very small group of vulnerable people baffles me. Transgender people deserve the same protections as everyone else, including the ability to access medically necessary care, and they certainly don't deserve this bill. Research shows that health insurance coverage for transgender people is affordable and cost-effective. This legislation is about discrimination, and we've seen this playbook time and time again. Republicans are fear-mongering about the trans community to divert attention from the fact that they have no real solution to make health care more affordable. Congress should be focused on fixing the expiring ACA subsidies, addressing the rising cost of health care, and addressing affordability issues, which is what I'm hearing about at home. We should not be working on this bill that would interfere in personal health care decisions that are between patients and their own health care providers. Mr. Speaker, this bill will cause, not prevent harm, and I urge my colleagues to reject it. I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield now 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Washington State, Ms. Randall.
The gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I've been sitting here listening to the remarks on the floor, and I, have to admit that I find myself torn between heartbroken tears and the urge to, I don't know, throw something, which I will not do because I am a professional human being. But I have to wonder how many actual trans people and the families of trans kids anyone on the other side of the aisle knows. How many conversations anyone has had with parents who are staying up late, worried about whether that night is the night that their child is going to take their life because they feel so unsupported and so unloved and are like taking in the hatred from the floor of the House of Representatives. The kids and the parents in my community live their lives in terror, and they have it the best because Washington State is a place where we have fought to protect healthcare access for LGBTQ kids and trans kids. We have fought to ensure that every young person has the ability to make healthcare decisions that are right for them in consultation with their parents and their doctors. And it is true medically directed care in consultation with a doctor. The American people have told us over and over and over that they don't want politicians in the doctor's office. They don't want politicians making decisions about what kind of medical care that they can access, but that is what is happening right now. They are trying to strip away life-saving care from children who are moving to my state at higher and higher rates. Almost every week I hear of a family who has moved from Texas or Idaho or Florida because the parents want their children to survive. And this effort not only to cut Medicaid coverage, but to try and ban access for children.
The gentlelady's time's expired.
Gentlewoman, one additional minute.
The gentlelady's is recognized for an additional minute.
This behavior is appalling, it's dangerous, it's evil. It is evil to seek to deny life-saving care from children who are more at risk than any others. I spend a lot of time in LGBTQ clubs in high schools talking to young people who are shocked when I come in and tell them that as a queer woman, I'm a member of Congress. And they say, do you know any trans people your age? Because they don't believe that they will make it to 40. They don't believe that they will make it to 50 or 60. They don't believe that they have a future because they are watching the floor and they listen to the words that come out of our mouths and they know that half of the people in this chamber do not care if they survive. I think it's very clear that I'm not going to vote for this bill, and I would urge all of my colleagues to join me. I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky.
I'll yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas.
Gentleman from Texas recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't need much time. The question was asked if we had ever bothered speaking to trans kids. The answer is absolutely yes. Maybe that's why I'm so passionate about this. Because it turns out there's hundreds and hundreds, thousands perhaps, of trans kids who were coerced by radicalized doctors. Their parents were lied to. Their parents were given studies that said there's a 1% remorse rate. These studies are based on nonsense. They're not even based on a pool of participants that are minors. They were told that these things are just a pause button, that it's reversible, that, this is just the standard of care. Standard of care based on what? Based on junk science. You cannot base standards of care on junk science. And now the science has caught up. The CAST review study, the systematic review, which is the gold standard of any kind of study, because it looks at all of the different studies methodically. And then the 300-page review that HHS just did. I've had them on my podcast twice to talk about their experiences. Chloe Cole just spoke at a Department of HHS just now, about an hour ago. Chloe Cole, at 12 years old, was going through what a lot of 12-year-olds are going through. She's a tomboy. She has older brothers. She likes sports, and she's confused. And so doctors tell her that, well, you're a boy. And they convince her parents of the same. She's put on puberty blockers and soon on high levels of testosterone. And by age 15, a double mastectomy. She's not sure if she can ever have kids. And she definitely can't feed her children normally. So yeah, we have talked to them. And maybe you should too. I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes now to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Chu.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise in opposition to H.R. 498, the so-called Do No Harm in Medicaid Act. Yesterday, 4 Republicans stood with Democrats and signed a discharge petition to force a vote on a clean extension of ACA premium tax credits. But Republican leadership is refusing to immediately bring that bill to the floor. Now, 22 million Americans will see their premiums skyrocket, and our constituents will be forced to decide between health care and paying rent or afford groceries. Instead of allowing a bipartisan vote to lower health care costs, Republicans have chosen to bring forward H.R. 498, which completely ignores the affordability crisis and needlessly targets transgender children. And that includes my nephew, Lee, who is currently transitioning. He is a child, he is loved, and like every other child in this country, the healthcare decisions should be made by his family and his doctors, not by politicians. But H.R. 498 would strip Medicaid coverage for gender-affirming care for trans youth, care that is medically necessary, evidence-based, and supported by every major medical association in this country. This bill will endanger lives, and it will do nothing to bring down skyrocketing healthcare costs or address any real issues facing working Americans. Instead, it denies medically necessary care simply because that care goes to a trans child. As Vice Chair of the Equality Caucus, I will always fight to protect the dignity, safety, and humanity of the trans community. Lee deserves better, our children deserve better, and the entire trans community deserves better.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
So first, before I yield to my friend, I just want to say I've asked, I guess since we've been meeting this year, about the extension of the tax credits they keep bringing up. And remember, they're talking about the extension of the tax credits that they set to expire. And so the question I've asked, and nobody's been able to answer, Mr. Speaker, is why did you set them to expire? Remember, they were set to expire in the Inflation Reduction Act or the Green New Deal. Within the Inflation Reduction Act, tax cuts were made so-called permanent, although they were replaced in another bill, but they set these to expire, and nobody's ever explained to me why the Democrats made the decision to end the enhanced subsidies that they're talking about and calling on shut the government down for 43 days when they chose to end them, and then coming here today and talking about we need to have a vote on it when they chose to end them. They never explain why they chose to end them. I will yield 30 seconds to my, or I'll yield 1 minute, 1 minute to my friend from Texas.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't need long. I just want to ask a simple question because the statement was made that all the science suggests that these procedures are medically necessary. Cite your sources. Show me the studies. I cited mine. Cite your sources. I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield now 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to this legislation. Every parent wants to keep their child safe, wants their child to grow without pain, to sleep through the night without fear or suffering. But when our children are growing up, it is inevitable that they will need medical care, a fall from a bike, a broken arm on the playground. Parents rush into the doctor's office, they bandage scraped knees, they hold their child's hand and wipe away tears while their pediatrician lays out a plan. And in these moments, that urgent question on that parent's mind is, what does my child need to be okay? A broken bone, asthma, gender dysphoria, diabetes, whatever the presenting issue is, a treatment plan takes shape. For some families, what their children need to be okay is access to gender-affirming care, care that is safe, evidence-based, and recognized as essential by every major medical association, care that for some children is the difference between despair and hope, between isolation and community, between surviving and thriving. And yet today, we are debating a bill that would tell parents on Medicaid that their child's pain is unworthy of care.
that their doctor's judgment does not matter, that politicians know better than parents sitting in exam rooms. Cole, a young person from Massachusetts, wrote to me and said, transgender people deserve the same chance to thrive and live fulfilling lives as everyone else. Having the freedom to control our bodies and seek the health care we need, including gender-affirming care, is an essential right for all people. I agree. To Cole and every person who is trans or non-binary, let me speak plainly, you belong. You are enough. And you deserve to show up in this world as your full, authentic self. You deserve to grow up. You deserve to grow old. Healthcare is a human right, and parents doing everything they can to make sure their child is okay deserve support, not interference, and certainly not cruelty. I don't know what God y'all pray to, but the one that I know is a loving God. And he does not discriminate. His love does not discriminate. He loves all the children, including the trans children. Healthcare is a human right, and parents doing everything they can to make sure their child is okay deserve support. Shame on this bill. Shame on an agenda that strips healthcare away from vulnerable children. And shame on anyone who votes to deny care to families trying to do right by their kids. I yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman reserve. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Next, I have for 2 minutes the gentlewoman from Washington State, Ms. Jayapal.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong opposition to this incredibly cruel bill. As prices skyrocket, as Republicans strip away health care from Americans across this country, strip away basic support for American families, what are we using floor time for today? A cruel attack against trans children that does nothing to lower anyone's costs and does everything to put a target on the backs of our vulnerable kids and families. I understand that there is fear that has been promoted by the majority around trans kids and what happens and what this process is. And I understand that we have to explain this to people. But let me be very clear about something. The medical science is clear. The decisions that have been made by trans kids and their families are decisions that have taken months, years sometimes to go through. Consultation with parents, with medical providers, with therapists before ever providing the medical care. And the most common form of gender-affirming care for young people is medications that simply pause puberty and have been used safely for decades. So why do my colleagues across the aisle, so-called limited government people, suddenly want government to get in the way of the decisions that parents and their kids make together? Why do they want to stop children from getting medical care that has been proven to be safe and effective and helps them to live happily? Helps them to live, just live. Why is the majority attacking vulnerable trans kids and raising the level of fear and hatred towards them? We should be protecting every family's right to make the decisions that they need to make for their child's well-being. And let me tell you something. What is happening on this floor and in this Congress around this issue is so incredibly dangerous. Trans kids are walking around with mace in their pockets because they are being attacked by people because the majority is insisting there's something to fear from them. And I will not stand.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. Thank you.
Give the gentlewoman an additional minute.
The gentlewoman is recognized for an additional minute.
I will not stand for these kinds of attacks. The condescension that is coming from the other side. Have you talked to your constituents? Do you really know? You don't really know what you're doing. Excuse me, we are represented. We are here to represent our districts, and I still believe I'm the member that gets the most votes of any member of Congress anywhere in the country. So don't tell me I don't know how to represent my district. What you are doing today, what this majority is doing today, is making life dangerous for kids. And what the majority is doing today is getting in the way of families and parents and kids making the decisions that they need to make so that they can live, so that they don't commit suicide. What parent in this body or anywhere in this country wouldn't do anything for their children? What parent doesn't want their kids to live? This is dangerous. You are putting our kids at risk, and I will not stand for it. The American people won't stand for it. Vote no on this horrific and cruel bill. I yield back.
I yield to...
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from...
I yield a minute to my friend from Texas.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, it's been stated that these so-called treatments are safe and effective and save lives. And so I ask again, cite your sources. Cite your sources. You won't, because you know that I know all of the sources that you're going to cite. And you know what I'm going to say about them, about the problems with their methodology, about the pool of participants they used, about how short those studies were, about how most of them didn't even apply to minors. You know what I'm going to say, and so you won't cite your sources. But I'll cite mine. We have systematic reviews that have been published and accepted throughout the scientific community. That's why the rest of the Western world is reversing their stance on this, and the United States needs to also, because I couldn't tell if that speech about harming kids was about our bill or about the act of conducting irreversible physiological changes on children who are going through gender dysphoria. Yeah, we are trying to protect kids. We are trying to love our kids.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, can I ask how much time remains on our side?
11 minutes for the chairman, or the chairman from New Jersey.
All right, with that, then, Mr. Speaker, I'll yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Schneider.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hadn't originally planned to talk about this, but today, December 18th, the anniversary of my grandfather's passing 51 years ago. My grandfather, Emil, and his wife, Molly, had 18 grandchildren. What made them extraordinary is that they saw the grace of every one of their grandchildren and wanted each and every one of their grandchildren to reach their full potential. What made them truly special is that love extended to everyone in our community and across the globe. As a father of two, I want nothing more for my kids than them to be happy and to reach their potential. And as a representative in this body, in the House of Representatives, we all should want nothing more for our kids than every kid in America to reach their full potential and be comfortable in their personal identity. And that's why I rise so strongly in opposition to H.R. 498. And I ask my colleagues on the other side, what are you afraid of? This harmful bill would prohibit state Medicaid programs from providing life-saving gender-affirming care to individuals under the age of 18. It not only bars the use of federal funds to states for this care, but prohibits states from using their own money to provide it. My Republican colleagues want to insert themselves into the practice of medicine and make families' medical decision from the halls of this chamber. Shame on them. My Republican colleagues want to veto in what health services are available to children and their families. Even if you live in my state, Illinois, where the state legislature signed into law protections for gender-affirming care, this body would still prevent that access. This bill purposely targets kids, children, and only kids. These are decisions that should be made by the patient, their parents and guardians, and the medical providers providing the care to give these kids the chance to reach their potential, to be comfortable in who they are as Americans. Without access to these services, my Republican colleagues are putting children's lives at risk, and it is despicable. I oppose this bill. I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill. I urge my colleagues, like I have done, to talk to people, to talk to families, to hear the stories of how this care has saved lives, and to get their noses out of the business of individuals, their families, and their medical providers. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad my friend from Illinois pointed out this only affects children, because adults can make their decisions. We don't take any decisions away from adults. This affects children. And it's very specific. And I think my friend from Texas is going to talk about it, but I would like for my friend from Illinois or anybody to read through what's specifically identified as prohibited in this bill and say which of those saves someone's life. It is permanent surgery to change someone. It's not there. It's very limited what's in this bill, and I will yield 3 minutes to my good friend from Texas.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This claim is made over and over that allowing gender-affirming care, as they call it, is saving lives. The problem with that claim is that there's no evidence to suggest that. All of the reviews, all of the studies, all of the systematic reviews, which systematic reviews means a systematic review of all of the studies, show that there can be no clear line drawn between suicide rates and doing this kind of care. A paper published in the British Journal of Medicine examined the landscape. 61 systematic studies concluded there is great uncertainty about the effects of puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, and surgeries in young people. And on suicide risk, there's no clear evidence that these medical interventions prevent suicide. A 2020 study analyzing trans-identifying patients of all ages over 40-plus years found that suicides occur at every stage of medical transition. A 2021 systematic review concluded that based on available data, no conclusions can be drawn about whether hormones, puberty blockers, or surgeries reduce suicide risk. Again, in 2024, another independent review found that Britain's post-2020 restriction of puberty blockers did not cause a rise in suicides, despite many of the lies told on social media by activists. They keep saying every medical society supports this, and so, okay, so we just have to listen to them. While that's true, it's because of ideological pressure rather than scientific evidence. And we know that these studies that they're citing are based on low-quality evidence, small sample sizes, and very high risk of bias. A Johns Hopkins systematic review found that the evidence supporting claims that hormonal treatments may improve quality of life, depression, and anxiety among transgender patients was, quote, low. The study called for more research, particularly on adolescents. The same review concluded it was about impossible, this is Johns Hopkins, it was about impossible to draw conclusions about the effects of hormone therapy on suicide risk. Even a review published by the American Academy of Pediatrics, which institutionally has supported gender transition, admits that, quote, evidence regarding the psychosocial and cognitive impact of hormonal treatments for transgender adolescents is generally lacking. Look, I could keep going. The point here is you've got a problem, and it's a gender dysphoric problem. We know that a kid is going through something hard. And you want to take the most extreme possible medical intervention to deal with that, while the science says we have no idea whether that's a good idea or not. That's what the actual scientific consensus says. Now, if your argument was, hey, give them more fruit or something, that's not really harmful, so that would be fine. We wouldn't be arguing about it. But you're talking about double mastectomies. You're talking about puberty blockers and hormonal therapies that permanently change the physiology of a young person before they're old enough to even understand what they might want in 20 years. That is the most irresponsible type of policymaking one can imagine, the most irresponsible type of medicine that one can imagine. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield now 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Soto, who's a member of our committee.
Gentleman is recognized for 120 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition today to H.R. 498, the so-called Do No Harm in Medicaid Act, and urge my colleagues to support my motion to recommit. H.R. 498 is an unnecessary ban on Medicaid funding. Instead, we see what Republicans are doing, a $1 trillion cut to Medicaid in the big ugly law that's going to mean a 15% cut next year in Florida that they're going to have to work on, and trying to insert themselves into deeply personal medical decisions. But, Mr. Speaker, there was a Christmas miracle this week. We saw 4 Republicans join us in a discharge petition to get at what the American people really want to vote on. They want us to vote on extending the enhanced premium tax credits for the ACA to stop a huge healthcare hike for 20 million Americans. That's what people want us to be talking about here today. Before their premiums double, triple, even quadruple. They don't want us to be delving into these culture war issues when we have real work to do to fund Medicaid and to extend the ACA tax credits. Affordability, biggest thing in the nation right now. And my district has the second most Obamacare of any district. 275,000 people will see their health care double or triple. And so this should be the priority right now. Mr. Speaker, all America wants for Christmas is a 3-year ACA tax credit extension, and I'm hoping we could get it together. And so I've given us an opportunity. For this reason, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. If the rules permitted, I would have offered the motion with an important amendment to this bill. My amendment would include a clean 3-year extension of the enhanced premium tax credits just in time for Christmas, and I ask for unanimous consent to insert into the record the text of this amendment, and I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for the motion to recommit, and I yield back.
Request is made without objection. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself 1 minute. Well, maybe since that's the motion to recommit, maybe it'd be a good opportunity for my friends on the other side of the aisle to let the country know why they decided to let these tax credits expire. In the same bill that they have permanent tax credits for the Green New Deal. And so, I don't know, you'd have to think maybe they wanted to take the money from the tax credits and spend it on the Green New Deal. Unless there's a better explanation than that, that is exactly what the bill did. I will reserve my, how much time, may I ask how much time my side has?
Gentleman from Kentucky has 11 minutes remaining.
I'll reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield now 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Stansbury.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I just heard my colleagues across the aisle give a lecture about irresponsible policymaking. I want to remind this body that we are 7 days from Christmas, and we were scheduled to take votes tomorrow. But the Speaker and my Republican colleagues are in such a hurry to get out of town before the holidays that you have canceled votes tomorrow and are leaving town, and in many cases, many of you are planning to leave in the next several hours. And this is the bill that you're running? This is the bill that you're running. Not a bill to save the health care of millions of Americans. This is your bill, 1 week before Christmas, to take health care away from LGBTQ kids in the United States. I mean, it is hard to believe that this is what you're doing with your majority. This is one of the most powerful bodies in the world, and you have canceled votes to take away health care from LGBTQ plus kids. If passed, this bill would prohibit young people in communities all across the United States and low-income families from receiving life-saving care. And I want to say that I am proud to come from a state, from New Mexico, that has protected gender-affirming care and which stands with the LGBTQ plus and trans community and their families. And let me tell you that, yes, this is necessary care, and it is care that keeps kids alive. It's about mental health. It's about self-harm. It's about reducing suicides. It's about making sure that human beings, young people, have access to care that is essential for them to live their lives. In addition to this bill tramples on the so-called states' rights that you tell us every day you want to protect by penalizing states that would take their own resources to ensure that kids have access to care. And so I say, if you are actually concerned about the welfare of children, if you are actually concerned about health care in this country and its costs, and if you are actually sincere about your care for the American people, then bring a vote on the Affordable Care Act extension to this floor now. The American people are tired of these games. You all are going to get on a plane and go home in a couple of hours while millions of Americans lose their health care. And this is the bill that you're running on the floor before you do that. Shame on you.
Gentleman's time has expired.
It's disgraceful.
Members are advised to direct their comments to the chair. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will remind that we did have a bill yesterday that passed. I don't think it got any Democrat support. As you look at the enhanced tax credits that they set to expire to pay for the Green New Deal, so the moral cause here that people are bringing up, they chose to put Green New Deal tax credits over extended tax premium tax credit. That's obvious. It's in the same bill. Wasn't like they voted for one bill then the other. It's in the same bill. But at the same time, yesterday we have estimated it could half the people on we know from a GAO study there's waste, fraud, and abuse in the marketplace, Obamacare marketplace, that we wanted to fix. It went to the Senate. It got taken out during the reconciliation bill. We put cost share reductions that estimated to lower premiums in the marketplace by 12.7% when it went to the Senate. The Democrats challenged that in the Senate and took it out. We also know there's another 163 million Americans that get their health care from their employer, which they did nothing, and offering nothing to assist and help, which we did yesterday. We know most of the people in the small business marketplace are small businessmen and women who we're allowing them who have to buy in the individual marketplace because they work for themselves and they don't have a big employer with a big employer pool. We allow them in yesterday's bill to band together so they can buy across their associations. So instead of being a car dealer with 20 employees, you can be 100 car dealers with 20 times 100 employees, and so they have a bigger pool so they can get cheaper rates for their employees. So we did have a bill that passed yesterday without a single Democrat vote that lowers premiums in the marketplace and premiums for every working American. And I will now yield 2 minutes to my friend from Texas.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I love debunking lies in real time. It's one of my favorite things to do. Chairman here just did a great job debunking a lie, just told that this was the only bill we're doing this week. No, it's not. It's an important bill, but everything he just listed was also pretty important to lower people's health care costs. And I don't know why there was no Democrat support for it. But now I want to debunk some more lies. Again, that this idea of puberty blockers on children is safe and effective. Let me read you some more facts. The Center for Investigative Reporting found that the FDA received over 10,000 adverse event reports from women who took Lupron, which is a common puberty blocker, off-label as children to help them grow taller. Reported side effects included brittle bones and fractures, tooth and enamel loss and cracked teeth, spinal disc degeneration and chronic joint pain, seizures, migraines, suicidal thoughts. So it's actually the opposite, isn't it? Cognitive issues and fertility problems. The FDA ordered the manufacturer to add a warning label noting that children taking Lupron may develop new or worsened psychiatric symptoms. Trans-identifying minors are already 3 times more likely than the general population to experience anxiety and depression and neurodevelopmental disorders. So why would you make it worse? Stop talking about compassion. You're the ones doing the opposite of compassion by tricking these kids into thinking that this might be their answer. It's not. Therapy is. Look, there was another claim made that this tramples on states' rights, so I guess we need to have a quick civics lesson. We're talking about federal funding, Medicaid funding, provided by the federal government, and so the federal government can put restrictions on what that money is used for. It is not a trampling of states' rights. It's not a trampling of doctors' rights. You know what would be, like, let me ask you guys something. My daughter, she picks up my fake eyes, and she goes, I, she's 2. She puts it on. Maybe when she's old enough to talk, she might identify as somebody with one eye. Should I take her to the doctor and say, hey, will you enucleate her eyeball because, you know, she identifies as monocular just as I am, just like her daddy? You would say that's insane. You would call that absolutely insane, and it would be insane. And here's the reality. The scary part about that analogy, it's actually a lot less troubling to lose an eye than it is to completely change your gender. Completely changing your gender is a far more invasive procedure than losing an eye. Trust me, I know. I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, again, I'd ask for the amount of time remaining on both sides.
4 minutes remaining, sir.
On my side and...
Gentleman, 4 minutes on the Jersey side. Gentleman from Kentucky has 7 minutes.
7, okay. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I just have to correct 2 comments that were by my Republican colleagues. First, the sponsor of the bill said that we're just talking about federal funds. Well, the fact of the matter is we're not just talking about federal funds, because this bill prevents states like Washington State, we had 2 people speak about this, to use state funds for gender-affirming care for minors. So it's not just the prohibition on federal funds. Also, my chairman from Kentucky kept saying that the health care bill that the Republicans put on the floor yesterday would lower costs and somehow address the health care crisis. It does not. It does not lower costs, and it certainly doesn't extend the tax credits that are necessary under the Affordable Care Act to lower costs, and those expire January 1st. Now, I just wanted to, I know the sponsor from Texas also mentioned medical professional organizations which oppose this bill, and there are many. But I wanted to enter into the record, I'd ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from 4 of those organizations. One is the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, the American College of Physicians, and the American Psychiatric Association. I'm just going to read certain sections of it, but I'd ask unanimous consent to thank you. Now, they say that we, the undersigned medical professional organizations, write in strong opposition to the bill. Health care for transgender young people is individualized, age-appropriate, provided according to long-standing expert clinical guidelines and supported by leading American medical organizations. Our organizations are united in opposition to political interference in the practice of medicine. The confidential relationship between a patient, their caregiver, and a physician is the foundation of clinical care. Physicians and other health professionals should never be stopped from providing care consistent with evidence-based guidelines and best clinical judgment, and the government should not interfere. Physicians, not the federal government, are best positioned to work with patients and their families to address their unique medical and mental health care needs. And I will reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized. For 2 minutes? 1.5 minutes remaining.
Yes, I would yield now to the gentleman from Cincinnati, Ohio, Mr. Landsman, a member of our committee. 1 minute.
Thank you.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Ranking Member. I've been watching this debate, and I wanted to say just one thing, which is, Mr. Speaker, I remember when the Republican Party was about small government and local control and personal liberties. Those were foundations of the party that I grew up with. I wasn't a Republican, but I admired those things about the party, and it seems as if you all have strayed, Mr. Speaker, from those core tenets: personal liberty, states' rights, local control, leaving people alone. And we're talking about children here, kids who get bullied, who have the highest suicide rates of any other group of kids, and now politicians are bullying them. They're saying, we're going to pick on you too. It's wrong. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Are you prepared to close?
We're prepared to close.
Do I have any time left?
30 seconds, sir.
30 seconds. All right. Look, I just want to say that I totally oppose this bill. I think these decisions should be left with parents and physicians. But more than anything else, I want to mention today that the Republicans need to do the right thing and bring up the Jeffries discharge petition that would extend the tax credits under the ACA for 3 more years. They should not allow them to expire on January 1st. It should be brought up now. I oppose this bill, and I ask that the Speaker bring up the discharge petition now. Thank you, Mr.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like for anyone to read through the list of the specific things that are prohibited in this bill from being performed on minors and say which one they think is good for a minor to have. Instead of reading through the list, I wish they would go through the list and say, all right, I think this is good for a minor to have. On the Medicaid, states, we have this issue with people, with states providing illegal Medicaid to people who are here illegally, is that the Medicaid administration, it's the same dollars, it's commingled. If you're gonna operate something through Medicaid, unless then you say, well, we're going to use federal dollars for this procedure, but state dollars for that procedure. It's the same administration doing them. We tried to fix that in the big beautiful bill. It was struck down by the Democrats in the Senate. We think that is wrong, and I will yield the balance of my time to my friend from Texas.
The gentleman is
You
recognized.
may ask how much time is the balance of our time?
The gentleman has 6 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, in closing, let's just summarize what we've heard today. We've heard that so-called gender-affirming care is necessary and effective and prevents suicides and helps vulnerable children. No one can cite any sources for that claim. You can cite letters from certain associations that are ideologically driven. Funny, because, again, I'll read you again the quote from the American Academy of Pediatrics when they did a review. They said, quote, evidence regarding the psychosocial and cognitive impact of hormonal treatments for transgender adolescents is generally lacking. So look, I get that their leadership is saying one thing, but the scientists are all saying something else. And so as responsible policymakers, we might want to take a pause before we just go on and assume that permanent physiological changes to children are a good idea because they're going through something tough, whether that's gender dysphoria or teenage angst or depression or anxiety. Keep talking about compassion. I'm talking about compassion too. And compassion is being a responsible adult in the room for that child who doesn't know all of these things. Compassion is not a doctor lying to a child's parents about junk science and studies that say, well, they won't have any remorse, they'll be fine. Puberty blockers are like a pause button. No, they're not. There was a study in Britain that showed 96 to 98% move on to hormonal therapies. It is not a pause button at all. Again, ask the thousands of trans kids who now vehemently regret their decision. They are in lawsuits with the doctors who did this to them. And that should just tell us, that alone should tell us, hey, let's just take a pause here, folks. Let's just take a pause on this ideology because there's no evidence that it works, and there's plenty of evidence to show that it's extreme in nature because it's permanent. And you wouldn't do this for any other body part. You can't just identify as one arm and just ask the doctor to cut off their arm. The doctor won't do it, just like the doctor won't take out someone's eye because they want to identify like me. They're not going to do it because that would be malpractice and it would be insane. Tell me how this is any different. I've asked you to cite your sources many times. No one has. I've cited all of them. This is about very simple common sense. The vast majority of Americans agree that these treatments shouldn't even be done on minors. And let me remind everyone, this bill doesn't even go that far. It simply says that your tax dollars won't allow this to be done on minors, just your Medicaid tax dollars. That's all it does. To not vote for this is to truly vote against your own constituents and truly vote against the American people's wishes. and vote against common sense. The science is settled on this. There is no benefits to what you're claiming. I don't know why you keep fighting this battle. It's a losing battle. I hope many of you will change your mind and come across the aisle and vote for this bill. This really doesn't have to be a partisan issue at all. It should be an issue of common sense and science and true compassion for children. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
I yield back my time.
The gentleman yields his time. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 953, the previous question is ordered on the bill. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. And third reading.
A bill to amend Title 19 of the Social Security Act to prohibit federal Medicaid funding for gender transition procedures for minors.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will read the motion.
Mr. Soto of Florida moves to recommit the bill H.R. 498 to the Committee on Energy and Commerce.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The motion is not agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
Yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Resolution 951 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the further consideration of H.R. 4776. Will the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, kindly take the chair?
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 4776, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to amend the National Environmental Policy Act of 1969 to clarify ambiguous provisions and facilitate a more efficient, effective, and timely environmental review process.
When the Committee of the Whole rose earlier today, a request for a recorded vote on Amendment Number 6, printed in House Report 119-410, offered by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, had been postponed. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceedings will now resume on these amendments. Printed in House Report 119-410, on which the further proceedings were postponed in the following order. Amendment number 1 by Mr. Clyde of Georgia. Amendment number 5 by Mr. Roy of Texas. Amendment number 6 by Mr. Roy of Texas. Right here. Right here. Yeah. The chair will reduce to 2 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote that the first vote in the, after the first vote in this series. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on Amendment Number 1, printed in House Report 119-410 by the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes have prevailed by a voice vote. The clerk will redesignate this amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in House Report number 119-410, offered by Mr. Clyde of Georgia.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having arisen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 205 and the nays are 220. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 5, printed in House Report 119-410 by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 5, printed in House Report number 119-410, offered by Mr. Roy of Texas.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having arisen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 208 and the nays are 214. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 6, printed in House Report 119-410 by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 6, printed in House Report number 119-410, offered by Mr. Roy of Texas.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 204 and the nays are 217. The amendment is not adopted. There being no further amendments, under the rule, the committee rises. Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union has had under consideration H.R. 4776, and pursuant to House Resolution 951, I report the bill as amended by that resolution and by House Resolution 953 back to the House.
The Chairman of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration the bill H.R. 4776, and pursuant to House Resolution 951, reports the bill back as amended by that resolution, by House Resolution 953, back to the House. Under the rule, the previous question is ordered. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to amend the National Environmental Policy Act of 1969 to clarify ambiguous provisions and facilitate a more efficient, effective, and timely environmental review process.
House will be in order. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Nevada seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
Clerk will report the motion.
Ms. Lee of Nevada moves to recommit the bill H.R. 4776 to the Committee on Natural Resources.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. Question is on the motion to recommit. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number having arisen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Remember to record their votes by electronic device. Members are advised that all remaining votes are 2-minute votes. This will be a 2-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 2-minute vote on the motion to recommit will be followed by 2-minute votes on passage of the bill if ordered, the motion to recommit on H.R. 1366, passage of H.R. 1366 if ordered, the motion to recommit on H.R. 845, passage of 845 if ordered, the motion to recommit on H.R. 498 and passage of H.R. 498 if ordered. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the ayes are 206, the nays are 211. The motion is not agreed to. Question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Gentleman from California.
Request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number having arisen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the ayes are 221, the nays are 196, the majority voting in the affirmative. The bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is a question on agreeing to the motion to recommit on H.R. 1366, offered by the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Fernandez, on which the ayes and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 1366, offered by Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
Question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the ayes are 205, the nays are 213. The motion is not adopted. Question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it.
What I saw in Napa.
Who's asking? The bill is passed. And with gentleman from California.
The nays, Mr. Speaker.
The ayes and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the ayes and nays will rise. Sufficient number having arisen. The ayes and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. In this vote, the ayes are 219, the nays are 198. A majority voting affirmative. The bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is a question on agreeing to the motion to recommit on H.R. 845 offered by the gentleman from California, Mr. Huffman, on which the ayes and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 845, offered by Mr. Huffman of California.
Question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. In this vote, the ayes are 204, the nays are 213. The motion is not adopted. The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Gentleman from California.
Request the yeas and nays.
The ayes and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the ayes and nays will rise. Sufficient number having arisen, the ayes and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. The ayes are 211, the nays are 204. Majority voting in affirmative, the bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the motion to recommit on H.R. 498 offered by the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Soto, on which the ayes and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 498, offered by Mr. Soto of Florida.
Question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the ayes are 204, the nays are 212. Majority not voting in the affirmative. The motion is not passed, is not adopted. Question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed vote no. Ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, on that, Mr. Speaker,
Gentleman
on
from
that,
New
I would
Jersey.
ask for the recorded vote, the ayes and nays.
The ayes and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the ayes and nays will rise. Sufficient number having arisen, the ayes and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the ayes are 215, the nays are 201. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table.
Woman from Illinois seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I hereby remove my name as co-sponsor of H.R. 1566.
The request is granted. The communication.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., December 18, 2025. I hereby designate the period from Thursday, December 18, 2025, through Monday, January 5, 2026, as a district work period under Clause 13 of Rule 1. Signed sincerely, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Lays before the House of Communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. On December 18, 2025, pursuant to Section 3307 of Title 40 United States Code, the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure met in an open session with a quorum being present to consider 3 resolutions included in the General Services Administration's capital investment leasing programs. I have enclosed copies of the resolutions adopted by the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure on December 18, 2025. Signed sincerely, Sam Graves, Chairman.
Referred to the Committee on Appropriations. Chair requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Wyoming seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman from Wyoming is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor Wyoming Highway Patrol dispatcher Chris McGuire, who served our state for 35 years. Chris handled split-second decisions, juggled multiple emergencies at once, and saved lives on Wyoming's highways. She coordinated responses during snowstorms, rescued stranded motorists, and managed Amber Alerts, all while training new dispatchers and supporting her colleagues. Dispatching is not a job for everyone. It demands focus, courage, and the ability to stay calm under intense pressure. Chris worked 60-hour weeks, often sacrificing time with her family, yet she never wavered in her commitment to keeping our communities safe. Public service is more than a job, it is a calling, and Chris inspires all of us who serve and reminds us of the unseen heroes who protect our families every day. Wyoming thanks Chris McGuire for her remarkable career and unwavering service. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virgin Islands seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Virgin Islands is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Healthcare in the Virgin Islands is in crisis. The Medical Executive Committee wrote an open letter to the community and to CMS detailing adverse conditions in our hospitals, shortages of supplies, medication, equipment, staff, patient placement challenges. This crisis reflects systemic failures that compromise the ability to deliver appropriate care. These conditions did not develop overnight. Our two hospitals still operate under Medicare reimbursement formulas from 1982 and 1996. While I continue fighting for Medicare rebasing, fortunately, we've secured permanent increases in Medicaid funding from 55 to 83%, and over $1.7 billion in FEMA obligations to rebuild our hospitals. But Congress and the administration must do more. Virgin Islanders deserve the same access, dignity, and quality of care as every American citizen. We will not stop fighting until our healthcare system receives the federal support required to deliver standard care. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Speaker Goldman. You look good up there. Today, I have the extraordinary privilege of honoring Elias Sussman, a man whose life spans a century of American history and whose service continues to inspire and guide us. At 100 years young, Mr. Sussman's story began in Brooklyn, New York, where he was born on October 28, 1925. He was inducted into the U.S. Army in December 1943. Driven by dedication, he volunteered for jump school and rigor training, earning the rank of technician 5th grade and becoming a vital part of the airborne forces. As a member of the 17th Airborne Division, he saw heavy action fighting in the Battle of the Bulge and participating in Operation Varsity, the mass parachute drops into Germany. His heroism reached beyond combat. After landing, his unit liberated American prisoner of war camps, and moving to what he thought was a nearby labor camp, he freed Jewish survivors suffering from extreme hunger, sharing every ration that he had to sustain himself. This act of profound compassion is the true hallmark of his service. Returning home from the war, he was honorably discharged in April of 1946. Mr. Sussman's journey from the streets of New York to the front lines of freedom is an enduring inspiration to us all. Thank you, Elias Sussman, for your sacrifice, your bravery, and your incredible 100 years of life. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to hold Republican leadership accountable for their unwillingness to extend the ACA enhanced premium tax credits. I'm a proud co-sponsor of the Healthcare Affordability Act and Protecting Healthcare and Lowering Costs Act. Both permanently extend these credits. My colleagues in the Democratic caucus have fought tirelessly to extend these subsidies. But what has the Republican leadership done? They put out a 111-page health care bill that doesn't contain a single word about ACA credits. What their bill does do is cause 100,000 more people to become uninsured. Without extending these credits, a 60-year-old couple in my district will see their premiums increase by $13,000 and an average family of 4 by $17,000. You can pull all the stunts you want to make it look like you're working on health care costs, but Americans are not buying it. As we barrel toward the December 31st expiration date, the people of Westchester and the Bronx need to know that I, along with my colleagues, will fight for your access to affordable health care, something every American deserves. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Liberty University women's soccer team on their 3-0 victory over the Missouri State Bears to claim the 2025 Conference USA Women's Soccer Championship. Ivy Garner was named the CUSA Player of the Year and Championship Offensive MVP. Lauren Little earned honors as the CUSA Defensive Player of the Year and Championship Defensive MVP, and midfield Bree Myers and forward Lauren Flax were selected to the CUSA All-Tournament team. This title marks Liberty's second Conference USA crown in 3 seasons and secures them an automatic advancement to the NCAA tournament. I commend these student athletes, their coaches, and the entire program that exemplifies excellence, dedication, and team spirit. Their success brings honor to Liberty University, who trains champions for Christ, Virginia's 5th Congressional District, and the Commonwealth of Virginia. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with deep concern for the recent anti-Semitic attack in Bondi Beach, Australia. This tragedy reminds us that hate does not recognize borders. Hatred towards the Jewish people is not confined to one nation or to one moment. It is a global threat, and it resurfaces everywhere. It demands a response from everyone. Anti-Semitic events in the United States has reached historic highs in recent years. In Florida alone, reports have increased from 269 to 353 within only 1 year. But what we need to realize is that America is an interfaith nation with Christian, Jews, Muslims, and people of all beliefs have helped shape this country. And when one community is targeted, all communities are at risk. Anti-Semitism has no place in Australia, no place in the United States, and no place in this world. We must condemn anti-Semitism loudly and reject all forms of hatred. We must respond to hate with unity. We must meet fear with courage, and we must choose to lead with justice and dignity for every single person, every single day. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Speaker, I seek permission to address the House for 1 minute and advise and extend my...
Without objection, the gentleman from Indiana is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor Steve Reeder, a dedicated local historian, the chair of the Social Studies Department at Monrovia High School. He has taught at the Monrovia High School for over 25 years. Steve spent nearly 2 years researching and writing Our Town, a book that chronicles the history of Monrovia and the surrounding areas in Morgan County. He first undertook the project to help his students with pride and have pride in their community. Our Town was published earlier this year. Steve and his students have also helped with the installation of several local history markers in the community. In addition to putting published, Steve has honored by the Wish TV with their Golden Apple Award, which recognizes exceptional teachers in Central Indiana. I thank him for his decades of educating children and for supporting Morgan County communities. And I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Maryland seek recognition?
And extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Maryland is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the important role interns and fellows play on Capitol Hill and in the district offices, and the important contributions they make each and every day to this institution. Every semester, young people from across the country come to intern and be part of democracy in action. Their enthusiasm, service, and optimism infuses our office with hope, energy, and much-needed help. Today, I lift up all my interns, but most especially my communications fellow, Claire Sakowitz, who has well served our office for the past 7 months. Her strong work ethic and multimedia talents have brought my team's messages to life, especially during the government shutdown when our constituents needed to connect with us most. She even had to step into our comm role when our comms director was absent for jury duty. She will soon return to Northeastern to complete her studies, but we know her future is bright. But in sum, to Claire and to all of our interns and fellows across the entire bit of Congress, we are thankful for your contributions, your enthusiasm, and heart for public service. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Asked to address the House for 1 minute. Advise extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to recognize 3 outstanding high school football teams from North Carolina's 14th Congressional District who brought home state championships. From my home county of Cleveland County, congratulations to the Crest High School Chargers, the 5A state champions. These young men showed grit, discipline, and heart all season. Also from my home county, Shelby High School, which earned the 3A title, continuing a proud tradition of excellence, proving that Cleveland County is a football home. In northern Mecklenburg County, Huff High School captured the 8A championship. This incredible achievement reflects the talent and determination in communities like Cornelius. However, these victories actually reflect much more than athletic skill. They reflect the support of coaches, parents, teachers, and communities who stand behind these teams. These young athletes made us very proud to represent the best of the 14th Congressional District. Congratulations to all three teams. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose is the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Massachusetts is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the wealth of our nation is the health of our people. And yet, Republicans are doing everything in their power to make families sicker. They want to deny children food, ban abortion care, and obstruct the extension of the Affordable Care Act subsidies. This is dire for folks in my district, where in a 3-mile radius, life expectancy drops by 30 years. For my constituent Paula, whose husband lost his job and became ill, the ACA has been their lifeline, carrying them through years of uncertainty as she became his caregiver. This is a health care crisis Republicans created, and it is intersectional. Abortion care is health care. The Republicans are using abortion, once again, abortion care as a political bargaining chip. The truth? Republicans will send premiums sky high just to stop families from using their own money on a plan that covers abortion. They're not just putting health care out of reach for millions, they're further restricting reproductive care. The shame and the sham of it all. Mr. Speaker, we have the votes to extend these subsidies and save health care for our constituents. The House must vote on it now.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose is the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Indiana is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the courageous men and women from the Indiana National Guard that are here to serve in Washington, D.C. On December the 6th, about 300 service members from Indiana deployed to our nation's capital. They've already started their mission in D.C. to keep our streets safe and free from violent criminals. I'm especially thankful to these men and women for serving during the holidays. These Hoosiers will miss cherished time celebrating Christmas and New Year's with family and friends to restore order in D.C. While these Hoosiers just began their mission here, this deployment is just another one of the ways on a long list Indiana troops have supported our country. In 2024, Indiana National Guardsmen deployed to Texas to secure our border, and earlier this year, 400 National Guardsmen returned from their mission in the Middle East. The Indiana National Guardsmen continue to pour out their time and talents to serve our nation. So to the Indiana National Guard, your dedication to serving our country continues to make all of us in Indiana very proud. Thank you, and God bless you. I'll yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of a great Rhode Islander, A.T. Wall. A.T. was a dedicated husband, father, and criminal justice leader. After a life-changing internship with the juvenile justice system in New Haven while an undergraduate at Yale, he dedicated his career to making the Rhode Island Department of Corrections more just and restorative. During his lengthy tenure, A.T. founded groundbreaking programs offering medication-assisted treatment for inmates struggling with substance use disorders and training service dogs for disabled veterans. He dedicated his professional life to fostering second chances. A man of deep faith and dedication, A.T. was always happy to lend a helping hand to anyone, including me. My thoughts are with his wife, Maria, his children, Harrison, and my dear friend, Ash, his grandchildren, and his extended family. He will be missed. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition? Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I travel across Michigan's 5th District, I've heard from many Michiganders who are thrilled about the economic relief that House Republicans are providing. Earlier this year, we passed the Working Families Tax Cut legislation, which is pro-family, pro-worker, and pro-Michigan. This historic legislation empowers families by preventing residents of Michigan's 5th District from facing 27% tax hike and increasing take-home pay by up to $11,700. In addition, the legislation increases the child tax credit, strengthens paid family leave, and establishes savings accounts for newborns, allowing families to invest in their child's future from birth. House Republicans have accomplished so much this year, but we're only just getting started. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize a century of excellence by the Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated Chi Omega chapter located in Rocky Mount, North Carolina. The Chi Omega chapter was chartered under the leadership of Anna Easter Brown, one of the original 16 founders of Alpha Sorority Incorporated. The chapter is home of Ruth Anderson Smith, who has served as a member over 75 years and is 103 years old. She's a Chi Omega Diamond, 3 Chi Omega Pearls, who've served over 65 years in membership, with 12 over 50 years who are Diamond Golden members. 100 years of membership, educational support, health advocacy, and steadfast commitment to our HBCUs and transforming lives and strengthening Eastern North Carolina. Congratulations to everyone who came to celebrate this amazing celebration of 100 years. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, Mr.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise with a heavy heart to pay tribute to the life of Tense Franklin Banks, who passed away this week at 75. Tense was a gifted writer and was recognized for her contributions to preserving the history of Linville Falls and Avery County by the North Carolina Society of Historians. She's remembered by many as someone who had an impeccable memory, who believed that the preservation of local history was critical to pass on to future generations. Tense was a friend and someone I admired greatly for her talents and warmth. She, along with the entire Banks family, has a special place in my heart. May God continue to provide comfort and care to the Banks family during this difficult time. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate Norma Cynthia Simon on her 100th birthday. Her life exemplifies the power of education, of family, and service. She was born on December 15th, 1925 in South America, Guyana's capital, Georgetown. Ms. Simons devoted 35 years to learning and teaching as an educator. She taught her children that education is a pathway to opportunity. She is the mother of 5, grandmother of 10, and great-grandmother of 14. And I am very fortunate to have her great-granddaughter, Max Samoko Hines, in my office, continuing her great-grandmother's legacy of public service. So today, I say happy birthday to you and thank you for leaving us a great legacy. I commend Ms. Simon on the occasion of her 100th birthday, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor and remember the life of Donald E. Olsmer Sr. of Sterling, Pennsylvania. Born and raised in Scranton, Don devoted his life to serving his country, community, and family. He was a U.S. Army veteran and served for 30 years in the Pennsylvania National Guard. He rose to the rank of Major, leading the National Guard units in Carbondale, Honesdale, Scranton, and the Tobyhanna Reserve Unit as a company commander. He was elected to public service twice as a Wayne County Commissioner, served as a township supervisor, and was deeply involved in civic and charitable efforts throughout his community. He owned and operated a local Christmas tree farm, founded a small insurance company, and was the co-founder of the Sterling Little League. But most of all, he cherished the time he spent with his family. It was an honor to know Don, and I know everyone who had the pleasure of meeting him feels the same way. My thoughts and prayers go to Don's family and friends, including his son, Pennsylvania State Representative Jeff Olsemer, as they grieve their loss and remember Don. He will be greatly missed. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose is the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
I rise to address the House for up to 1 minute and extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, happy holidays to everyone, but I rise because we have to do something about the non-immigrant visa process right now. I have several constituents who want to see their families for the holidays, but unfortunately, this administration has put in place a new social media policy for anyone applying for a non-immigrant visa. Essentially, they're scrubbing your social media to see if you agree with the president or not. That's essentially what's happening. It's not about dangers to our country. If it was, it would go a lot faster than the many months that it's taking right now. And so I have many constituents. I have one, for instance, who traveled abroad for a consular appointment, and when she came back, when she tried to come back, she was notified that because of this policy, they need 4 months to review her social media, including accounts that they had already deleted. And so as a result, she faced the possibility of losing her job. Her daughter, who's a U.S. citizen, is going to fall behind in school. And there are serious consequences for so many families across the country. And so we need to make sure we change this policy, make it better, and most importantly, we need to get these visas approved. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purposes, gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Speaker, I seek consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate William Bill Long on his retirement from MEMA, the Vehicle Suppliers Association. As the representative for Michigan's 4th Congressional District, home to many of those hardworking MEMA members, I can attest to the lasting impact of Bill's leadership as president and CEO. Bill Long has spent more than 40 years in the automotive and parts industry. Prior to joining MEMA in 2012, he held executive roles at Eklund Incorporated, Dana Incorporated, and Proliance International. Appointed CEO in 2019, Bill helped redefine MEMA's mission, uniting vehicle aftermarket and original equipment suppliers and positioning the association as a strong, unified voice during a period of major industrial transformation. His commitment and collaboration is evident in the partnerships he has built with automakers, technology leaders, research institutions, and government agencies and representatives. Over the years, Bill has served on numerous boards and has earned widespread recognition and remains a respected figure in motorsports, including leadership roles with NASCAR and IndyCar. He currently serves on the boards of the Automotive Hall of Fame and the Center for Automotive Research in Michigan. Mr. Speaker, please join me in honoring Bill Long's distinguished career and wishing him the very best in his well-deserved retirement. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. 'Tis the week before Christmas, and here on the Hill, to keep health insurance premiums from skyrocketing, we have just the bill. A majority of the House is ready to vote yes, but the Speaker is sending us home. Why? It's anyone's guess. ACA enhanced premium tax credits expire at the end of the year. Without them, millions will not afford health care, I fear. Small business owners and employees, gig workers, farmers, the self-employed too. Without those tax credits, they don't know what they'll do. The Speaker shrugged, saying, our work for the year is done. But there's one bill we should pass before heading home, just one. 218 House members signed a petition to bring a 3-year tax credit extension to the floor. We should vote on it now before we head for the door. We will vote in January, so don't give up the fight. In the meantime, may your holiday season be merry and bright. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Mississippi is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize an outstanding career, well-earned retirement for the Chief of Police of Biloxi Police Department, John Miller. A Coast native, Chief Miller dedicated more than 3 decades of his life to protecting the people of Biloxi, Mississippi. He joined the department in 1990 as a patrol officer and quickly distinguished himself through hard work and leadership. Just 5 years later, he was selected for a Special Crimes Unit where he rose to the ranks of sergeant and lieutenant, serving in both the narcotics and criminal investigative units. In December of 2009, John Miller was named Chief of Police, a role he carried with integrity, humility, and an unwavering commitment to his officers and to the community. His compassion, dedication, and steady leadership were especially evident during one of the most challenging times in the history of the Department of the City of Biloxi, Hurricane Katrina. Chief Miller set a tone for professionalism, resilience, and service that truly exemplifies what it means to be South Mississippi strong. On behalf of a grateful community, I thank him for his service and wish him and his family the very best in his retirement. Thank you, Chief, and Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose is the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Michael L. Friedman of Toledo, Ohio, a devoted public servant, proud veteran of the 180th Fighter Wing, an indefatigable community leader whose half-century of impact on Northwest Ohio will long endure. Mike Friedman embodied service. From his honorable duty in the United States Air Force and the Ohio Air National Guard's 180th Fighter Wing, to his tireless advocacy for working families through the American Federation of Government Employees, he lived by the values of responsibility, loyalty, and fairness. He believed deeply in democracy, serving for decades as an Ohio Democratic Party State Central Committeeman and Executive Committee member, a national delegate, and even a presidential elector, all these roles that he carried out with conviction, heart, and perseverance. Mike was also a storyteller. His unmistakable voice brought people together across neighborhoods, union halls, veterans' posts, and dinner tables. And guided by his faith, Mike was grounded in love for his beautiful family and unwavering in his beliefs. He gave generously of himself to others. America is stronger and more just because of citizens like Mike Friedman. He lived, served, and cared so deeply. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I learned that the Kennedy Center Board asked or said that the Kennedy Center would be renamed the Trump Kennedy Center. That's a sacrilege to a martyred, heroic, historic American president whose name was attached to the Kennedy Center for his support for cultural excellence in America, and because he was an assassinated president who we all mourned on November 22nd through November 25 and thereafter, because he gave his life for our country. And the idea that Donald Trump would want his name to go before Kennedy's or even with Kennedy's is a sacrilege. It should not be changed ever. And it should go through this Congress, who named it the Kennedy Center, on a bill sponsored by, in this House, and signed by President Lyndon Johnson. Stop this, Mr. Trump. If you have any sense of dignity and honor, you would renounce this. Don't say that you're honored. You should renounce it. John Kennedy's name stands before all others, and the Kennedy Center should not be renamed. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair.
Mr. Chair, it should not be changed.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak about the new Republican health care legislation. Instead of extending Affordable Care Act tax credits and keeping premiums from skyrocketing, House Republicans are pushing a plan that would force more than 20 million Americans to pay on average twice as much for the same coverage they have today. And as a result, 4 million Americans will lose their insurance, while others are going to be forced to pay far more for far worse coverage. Americans are already facing an affordability crisis. The House Republican solution Cut $1 trillion from health care, pass the largest cut to SNAP in history, and do nothing while Trump's tariffs raise costs across the board. And when families are struggling every day to keep their heads above water, House Republicans are cutting all lifelines and throwing them a bag of bricks. This is not how government is meant to work. We need to uplift the American people and give them a fair shot at a good life that rewards hard work. That is what House Democrats will always fight for, a government that works for you, the American people. That is why we are forcing a vote to extend the ACA subsidies. We should not leave D.C. until we have that vote. But irregardless of what Republicans do, the American people need to know that House Democrats, when we are back in the majority, will fight for a health care system that works for all Americans.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for 1 minute to address the House.
Without objection, the gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, earlier this year, Brownsville native seaman Angelina Petra Resendez was tragically murdered while serving our nation at Naval Station Norfolk. Angelina was a culinary specialist whose life and service to our country was cut short. Despite many warnings from her friends and family, her disappearance, the U.S. Navy mislabeled her as an unauthorized absence instead of the duty status whereabouts unknown. This was tragic. I was proud to honor Seaman Resendez by securing language in this year's NDAA to conduct oversight of the Department's application of designation in cases involving missing service members who are later found deceased. This is an important step towards ensuring that any service member who goes missing receives the proper classification and investigatory response to assure their life has every shot of living. Today, I ask us to continue looking out for our service members at home and abroad to assure their safety and security, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Ms. Haragawane Matiku Ayelu, a beloved community member from San Jose, California, who passed away in November. Ms. Ayelu's life was defined by service, generosity, humility, and an unwavering commitment to uplifting the vulnerable. Ms. Ayelu dedicated her professional life to caring for those made vulnerable by illness, age, or circumstance. As a certified home care aide and home health aide, she provided essential care for our aging neighbors. Guided by her faith and deep compassion, her service reached across continents as she organized aid and support programs for families in her native Ethiopia, including raising funds to build a facility for elders and individuals living with disabilities and illness. Her volunteer energy and time commitment to the Makane Rama St. Gabriel Church was extraordinary and deeply appreciated by an entire community. I recall visiting that very church when I attended her memorial and was moved by the sight of more than 1,000 neighbors who came out to pay their respects and pay homage to this remarkable woman. May Ms. Ayelu's memory be a blessing. Her life's work and values live on through her two daughters, Aden Kasaya and Rebecca Kasaya, and in the countless lives she uplifted through her compassion and service. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Tomorrow at midnight is the deadline for Pam Bondi to release the Epstein files. That is what Thomas Massey and my bill calls for. It passed this body 427-1, passed the Senate 100-0, and the president signed it. Now, 3 federal judges have ordered the release of all of these files in Maxwell and Epstein's grand jury. Here is the reality. any Justice Department official who does not comply with this law will be subject to prosecution for obstruction of justice. If Pam Bondi does not comply with the law, she will be held either in inherent contempt of Congress or subject to impeachment. We will not rest until the law is complied with and justice is served. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose is the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Christine Culberson of Spotsylvania County as Virginia's 7th District Constituent of the Week. Christine was recently named Teacher of the Year by the Virginia Technology and Engineering Educators Association, and for good reason. She was recognized for her unwavering passion of career and technical education. This work has enriched the learning experience for students across Spotsylvania County public schools. Educators like Christine take their time to invest in our students and inspire lifelong learning and restore quality in the education of our children. Christine's recognition isn't just a personal achievement, it reflects the innovation flourishing in Spotsylvania County schools. Her efforts uplift her colleagues and elevate the entire CTE community. I thank Christine for everything she's done for public education, and I'm proud to honor her today. Thank you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
To ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many of us in Congress are calling for the immediate release of Mr. Ekrem İmamoğlu, who is the mayor of Istanbul, Turkey. Istanbul is Turkey's largest city, one of the world's great cities, where 16 million people live and stands strong for democracy. They elected Mr. İmamoğlu as their mayor 3 different times, and he's focused on improving public infrastructure and serving nutrition and health to the millions of kids who live in that city. He was detained in March 2025, along with 106 other leaders in Istanbul. The Turkish government has now seized his family business, suspended his Twitter account, revoked his college diploma, and banned any public images or posters of him. I want to tell Mayor İmamoğlu that you have many people in the United States Congress closely following this outrage against democracy and the rule of law, and we are wishing your family happy holidays, and we are working and demanding to see that you be released. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks as necessary.
Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the life of Miss Norma Moy, who passed earlier this week at the young age of 92. As a 4th-generation resident, Norma was Paso Robles, California, in the 19th Congressional District. She served her community in many ways, being on the boards for the Pioneer Day, the Historical Society, and of course as a leader in the Chamber of Commerce. But where she was most impactful was due to her work as the founder and executive director of the Paso Robles Main Street Association. Under her leadership, downtown Paso Robles transformed from vacant storefronts to a bustling hub of community. She was a champion for local businesses, supporting her neighbors, helping them thrive and transform the local economy. Thanks to her commitment to service, she lives on in every person who visits downtown, in the community and the energy that is Paso Robles. As we mourn her loss, let us celebrate Norma Moy, her legacy of service, and let us do that by enjoying the town of Paso Robles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Kempter, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the minority leader.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, tonight it is a great honor to gather with our dear colleagues to focus on a modern-day conflict that will have major implications for this country and the world in the days and years to come. The United States, for over a century, since our hard-fought victories with allies during World Wars I and II learned the hard way, isolation is not our nation's security interest. Isolation is not in our nation's security interest. Our nation is not the most populous nation on earth, with 340 million people. But in every era, it seems, a constellation of dictatorships begins to upset world order. These aggressors invade smaller nations first to conquer more territory and for their own narrow self-interest. Dictatorships in today's world include Russia, with 140 million people, China, with 1,500,000,000 people, Iran, with 92 million people, and North Korea, with 26 million people. This group of nations is a developing spiderweb of tyranny with 4 times the population of the United States. Thus, alliances with free nations matter. That is why Canada, Australia, and the North Atlantic Treaty Organizations matter. Only together with allies can the free world offset predatory dictatorships. Following World War I, slowly and at great cost, a constellation of allies began to emerge. Leaders of surviving nations created what has come to be called the free world. But this alliance of liberty was very hard fought, and it champions freedom, not dictatorship. Foundational is a rule of law with institutions of justice, ensuring individual rights, not repression by dictators or conquest by aggressors, thugs, and murderers. Our nation did not seek to be leader of the free world. Rather, our forebears grew this association with the realization that cataclysmic wars were not in the interests of humanity, nor the United States of America. President Woodrow Wilson created the League of Nations after World War I, which 3 decades later transformed into the United Nations, an institution to collectively assemble world leaders to promote understanding and peace so as to avoid war. Civil and political leaders of our nation in both major political parties, though reluctant to assume leadership in such a daunting undertaking, never before in the world, were determined to build a world of law, not conquest. The goal of lasting peace outweighed their own self-interest. A short distance away from our nation's capital rests the National World War II Memorial. It was dedicated in 2004 to the Allied victory in World War II. Over 100 million people, nearly 1/3 of our population, has now visited that hallowed site. This monument represents the 20th century's greatest achievement, the victory of liberty over tyranny. The monument stands as a timeless reminder of the moral strength and power that can flow when free people are united and bond together in the common, just cause of liberty itself. Following the horrific great power wars of the 20th century, across Europe alone are laid the bodies of 500,000 U.S. veterans who rest in military cemeteries and fields from World Wars I and II. From Flanders Field to Normandy, their enormous sacrifice, along with the millions of veterans who returned home, bequeathed to us the moment to build the umbrella of alliances to push back tyranny. Extending liberty and achieving democratic governance peacefully served as examples to other nations. What the World War I and II generations yielded for us has been the longest era of peacetime among great powers in the history of the world until now. Not only is Russia at war in Europe, But the United States of America is acting peculiarly and dangerously out of step with our forebears' resolve. Let me just for a moment focus on Vladimir Putin and his evil aspirations as dictator of Russia. Let us recall Putin's imperative is to reconstitute the Soviet Union that collapsed in 1991 of its own criminality and dysfunction. Its border extended across 13 time zones then, all the way through most of Germany. Through force, Putin aspires to rewrite the structure of Europe again and end democratic practice across the continent. Meanwhile, the United States appears absent. Liberty is under threat, and America seems to be wavering on the sidelines, playing off liberty and dictatorship. The increasingly collaborative coalition of Russia, Iran, North Korea, and China, the spiderweb of modern tyranny, are enemies of liberty. See it? They collude to upend American and global security. Chancellor Merz of Germany, a NATO ally, recognized this reality when he recently stated, and I quote, "The threats are real. We may not be at war, but we no longer live in peacetime," unquote. Ukraine has become the front line for liberty's fight in our time and generation. See it. In 2014, Russian dictator Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine, an ally of the United States. Together with our European allies, we partnered to achieve Ukraine's accession to the European Union of Free Nations, and clearly Putin invaded Ukraine in 2014, just after Russia's puppet dictator, who had become president of Ukraine, Viktor Yanukovych, was driven out of that nation after his treasonous betrayal of the democratic aspirations of the free people of Ukraine. He stole millions and committed crimes against its freedom, and he found his way back to Moscow. Vladimir Putin knew his control of that puppet and of Ukraine had been thwarted, so he chose to invade Ukraine in 2014, starting in 2014, against all laws of diplomacy. Putin snuffed out liberty in his own country, and now he intends not just to end liberty in all of Europe, he seeks to replace it with tyranny that traces its bloody lineage across centuries of Russian aggression and murder of innocents. There can be no compromise with Putin. He violated the Budapest Memorandum, which allowed Ukraine to prosper starting in 1991 after the fall of the Soviet Union, when it promised to let all nuclear weapons be removed from Ukraine with the promise that they would not be invaded, that others would protect them. Russia signed that agreement. The United States signed that agreement. That agreement has been violated. Why should we trust Putin now when he couldn't even keep his word on the Budapest Memorandum? Let us not forget that the great betrayal that allowed Putin to invade Ukraine in the first place. As the Soviet Union collapsed in 1991, a newly independent Ukraine had become the third largest nuclear power in the world. However, as a responsible nation, Ukraine signed the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons Treaty at the behest of the United States of America and the demand of Russia. In exchange for this security, Ukraine was to be guaranteed under the 1994 Budapest Memorandum, signed by our country, Russia, and Ukraine. However, Russia invaded Ukraine in 2014 after his puppet was driven out. Russia always betrays its commitments. Look no further than the decades before when the Ribbentrop-Molotov Agreement during World War II was signed and then violated, and Poland was invaded. We must not betray our commitment as leader of the free world to Ukraine's liberty. Ukraine is fighting valiantly against Russia. It is holding the line at the front. The Ukrainian people have fought so astoundingly until the current president and his party here in Congress decided not to send the funds to allow Ukraine to procure the weapons it needs. So there has been a pause during this year, which makes it harder, but the Ukrainians have held the front. Ukraine has one time zone and encompasses a landmass less than 3% the size of Russia's vast territory, which stretches across, are you ready, 11 time zones. They have enough. They ought to deal in their own country. Russia's population equals 4 times as many people as Ukraine's. Putin was the aggressor. He invaded, as I said, in 2014, and he has kidnapped tens of thousands of Ukrainian children. Why? Because in Russia, the birth rate is going down. And so by murdering tens of thousands of Ukrainian civilians and reinstituting the Gulag system of prisons to torture Ukrainians, he's attacked religious communities and buildings, broken families apart, murdered and tortured scores and hundreds of clergy, killed Jehovah's Witnesses and any other religion that attempts to prosper in that part of the world, and summarily executed prisoners of war and civilians alike. This is what Putin promises the rest of Ukraine and our NATO allies should we let him succeed in Ukraine. See it. See it for what it is. Russia's history is marked by repressive expansion and murder throughout the centuries. There is no liberty nor desire for any liberty. Russia kills at will. Freedom advocate Alexei Navalny, a Russian, was imprisoned last year and left to die in a frozen Arctic prison. Putin's goons murdered a young Ukrainian journalist almost 30 years ago when Ukraine became free. Why? Because Gangadze was telling the truth about the corruption and the underhandedness of Russia inside of the free Ukraine. He was killed and then buried with his head in the ground and his legs in the air right before people would enter the town of Lviv, just to be a lesson to behave yourself. And don't ever put a word in a publication against Vladimir Putin. Putin murdered countless Catholics, Mormons, others who wanted to freely practice their religion in that part of the world. And why were they murdered? Because they weren't Russian Orthodox adherents. If Putin is permitted to conquer Ukraine, he will not stop there. This is not speculation. This is history. We already see Russian troops concentrated at the borders with Baltic states. They're hitting the fly zone in Poland, the border, Finland, Russian violations of NATO airspace and territorial waters. A Polish diplomat once advised me, if you pay no attention to foreign affairs, then foreign affairs will find you. What a true statement that is. Surely the Poles know. America has tried in the past to stick its head in the sand. That doesn't work. Isolation doesn't work. Partnership works. America can repeat the mistakes of the 1920s by withdrawing our support, but we've already lived through that. We don't want to go through that again. Inevitably, that myopia will force the free world to pay a higher price for freedom as tyranny deepens its roots in the world. Or America can take a stand now to provide further assistance for Ukraine to advance liberty for this new generation. And remember, only 20% of the world is free now, according to Freedom's House and Freedom's Index. This means that 80% of the world lives under some form of tyranny. We are very privileged in our country, if we can hold it. In our privileged place in the world, America cannot forget that around our globe and throughout history, liberty is extremely rare and precious and utterly vulnerable. The Trump administration is failing to meet the moment. My dear colleagues, we'll talk about this in just a moment, but what this administration is doing is just not ignoring the problem. They are actively complicit in tyranny's march across Europe. This administration's new and adolescent national security manifesto, they call it, is a retreat. During his campaign, President Trump frequently repeated that he will end the war in Ukraine on day one. Well, that surely didn't happen. And yet, 1 year into his return to office, the war in Ukraine rages on, and his actions have been favoring Russia's dictatorship. In February and March, President Trump made his first real effort to negotiate. But what is he negotiating? Not liberty, but Ukraine's President Zelensky came to the table and agreed to President Trump's mineral rights deal. Trump responded to Russia's growing strikes, but granted Putin with several weeks' warning to end the shooting or face new sanctions. He did not implement the sanctions, even as Ukrainians were being murdered every day. In August, President Trump literally rolled out the red carpet for dictator Putin to step foot in the land of the free during his visit to Anchorage, Alaska. Putin conceded nothing then, he concedes nothing now. Trump whined at Putin and again threatened sanctions. Finally, in October, the president did sanction two large Russian oil firms, Lukoil and Rosneft, but then reinvigorated a negotiating process with several decidedly Kremlin-friendly provisions, even as Putin showed no signs of compromise. Now, 4 months later, we are waiting on the Trump administration or Republicans in Congress to move additional sanctions. And up at the desk, we have only on a discharge petition to move a bill to enforce sanctions on Russia. We only need 2 more signatures to get to 218. 218. Where is the majority in this House? 2 more signatures on the discharge petition to move Russian sanctions forward. Liberty is calling. Can you see it? Can you hear it? This October, the Trump administration started issuing Russia's threats to Ukraine for Putin. The Russian-drafted 28-point peace plan asked Ukraine not to negotiate peace, but to capitulate. They cited a recent corruption scandal in Ukraine, not for what it is, Russian interference and corruption in Ukraine through their emissaries, but as evidence that Ukraine is weak and must surrender. This is Russian infiltration of Ukrainian institutions that has been going on for centuries and has plagued Ukraine from the first day it became free in 1991. Ukraine has had to build a nation on the corruption and infiltration of the corrupt, calculating, interfering Russian regime. Then, just last week, the Trump administration stood shoulder to shoulder with the Russian dictatorship. Never in my life did I imagine I would live to see the day when the United States of America, as a founding member of NATO and the United Nations, would vote with the dictatorships of the world. This happened on December 10th, this month, 2025, when the United States joined the dictatorships of Russia, Belarus, China, North Korea, Cuba, Nicaragua, and Niger in a 97-8 vote to oppose a United Nations resolution that aimed to strengthen international cooperation and coordination of efforts among nations. This shameful vote of 97-8 does not express the values of the United States of America. It does not express the values of the American people who place liberty above all. We value our closest allies, especially when Europe is at war. You don't side with the dictators. The Trump administration publicly holds that the ultimate goal is peace. I agree. Everyone wants peace except Putin. Do you not see it? Putin doesn't want peace. He wants Ukraine. Putin does not want peace. He wants Ukraine. The Ukrainians prove to us every day liberty is worth fighting for. We best not forget that here in America. Frankly, I haven't found anyone in the Trump family who has ever fought for the cause of liberty. There is no record of military service or public service in his family's history. In fact, Trump famously avoided service in Vietnam by faking bone spurs. No one in my family ever had that luxury. They fought for over 100 years for this country, and we are proud of their service for liberty. What seems clear to me is that too many people like Putin judge others by the weight of their wallet rather than the weight of their conviction for liberty. As peace negotiations ensue this weekend in Miami, let us pray the negotiation is not about squeezing every business deal out of Ukraine for the Trump organization. That outcome is not in America's interest. Stephen Witkoff and Jared Kushner, two former real estate businessmen from New York, should negotiate peace and liberty, not business deals for themselves or the president they serve, business deals of a Russian-occupied Ukraine. The free world must push back Russia's aggression and greed, or Putin's appetite will grow to spread Russian repression across all free peoples, which he has been trying to do since the fall of the Soviet Union in 1991. Our late colleague John Lewis observed, "Freedom is not a state, it is an act. It does not sit on the floor, but must be elevated by the steady diligence and attention of citizens who sacrifice to remain free. Liberty is not simply bestowed upon a people, but fought for and defended." History instructs us. In the 1770s and 80s, a revolutionary generation of men and women rose up to secure liberty across 13 otherwise disconnected coastal colonies here on the American continent. Roughly 80 years later, a subsequent generation was called upon to fight and die in America's internal Great War for liberty. The American Civil War, still our most costly war, with over 600,000 deaths. That generation ended the original sin of slavery and extended the hope of liberty across the American continent. And then in the 20th century, generations rose to the renewed call for sacrifice. Called the greatest generation, I call them the most unselfish generation. They fought, died, and successfully preserved and extended liberty here at home and to subjugated people around the world. They did it for us. Americans believe that the history of their struggle against global tyranny ended with the defeat of Nazi Germany and the fall of the communist Soviet Union, yet today that history is still being written. Free nations face not a new enemy, but an old one. It is our turn now. Our free world must never play footsie with an axis of dictatorships like Russia, North Korea, Iran, and China to unleash their aggression on our world again. How not only stupid that would be, but how un-American. America's foreign policy must promote liberty, not bow to tyranny. Free nations must support those who are willing to fight and die for liberty around our world. And Congress must assure our nation is always ready. Our National Defense Authorization Act just passed, providing for military readiness for our nation as well as assistance to Ukraine to assure NATO's eastern flank is secure and Vladimir Putin moves back his troops inside his own country. He has plenty of it he needs to attend to. Congress can do more by passing a discharge petition that has been sitting in the well of this House since July. It would unlock the most significant legislation introduced in this Congress to place economic sanctions on Russia for its war crimes against Ukraine. And our petition only needs 2 more members' signatures to bring forward the vote to the floor. Every Democrat and 2 Republicans have signed thus far. In closing my formal remarks tonight, I would like to quote the poet laureate of Ukraine, Taras Shevchenko. In our country, we must defend liberty first, last, and always, and it must never accommodate dictatorships. And we are reminded of this by this astounding visionary poet of Ukraine who, on Christmas, December 25th, 1845, penned the following words about a country that at that point was only imagining through its greatest citizens a future that they could not live in their own lifetime. And he said, "O bury me, then rise ye up, and break your heavy chains, and water with the tyrant's blood the freedom you have gained. And in the great new family, the family of the free, with softly spoken kindly word, remember also me. He was so prescient. He was so prescient. I would like now to turn the podium over to the Speaker Emerita of the House of Representatives from the great state of California, Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi.
I salute Marcy Kaptur and the Ukraine Caucus for inviting members to come together to raise concerns, to speak frankly about the need for strong sanctions on Russia, and to insist that any peace must be just, durable, and centered on the Ukrainian people themselves. Mr. Speaker, for nearly 4 years, the people of Ukraine have stood on the front lines for freedom, defending their democracy, their sovereignty, their right to live in peace on their own land. But in fighting for democracy there, they are fighting democracy writ large. Madam Congresswoman Kaptur spoke beautifully, historically, geographically, chronologically, in every way about placing this conflict in time and place. I wanted to pick up on two parts of it in the time that I have. One is this. In the conversation about peace, we hear people talk about Ukraine giving up land. Now, what we're saying to Ukraine is, Russia came in, stole your children, as Congresswoman Kaptur mentioned, tens of thousands of your children, taking them into Russia. Imagine if that ever happened to your family. Secondly, they rape the women. They rape the women, sometimes in front of the children, sometimes in front of their parents. I said to some Russian friends, isn't it sad how the Russian troops have become brutes and are raping women as a weapon of war to demoralize the people of the country? And they said, make sure you understand one thing. Russian soldiers follow orders. They are doing that because that is what they are told to do. In addition to that, we've seen evidence of their killing families in front of family members in such a brutal way. Kidnap our children, rape our women, kill our civilian families, and ask us to give you land in return. What a ridiculous request. The other thing you hear sometimes people say in our country, well, why should we be spending all that money when, in fact, we have needs in our own country? I don't think people realize 90% of the security that we send to Ukraine is spent, of the 100%, 90% is spent in the United States, creating jobs in our own country. Secondly, there are other forms of assistance, humanitarian assistance, across the board. At least 60% of all that we spend on Ukraine is spent in the United States of America, creating jobs. So again, Marcy spelled it out. It's no use. Some things bear repeating, but she said it so beautifully. But this is awful. And again, who do you trust? Who do you trust? The Congresswoman spelled out very clearly the ridiculous notion that Ukraine should trust us, the Russians, after the Budapest Agreement. Give up your nuclear weapons, and we will come to your aid should you need that. Forget about it now. So Ukraine has been treated with great disrespect. Its people have just been subjected to such horror. They have fought valiantly. The least we could do is do the sanctions. And what we should be doing in this House, which had overwhelming bipartisan support in support of the people of Ukraine, is to get some more people to sign the discharge petition. So I thank you again, Congresswoman Kaptur, for your relentless, persistent, dissatisfied advocacy for Ukraine, and the fact that we know, those who have visited there, that if Putin takes takes Ukraine, what country is next? That's what we hear, the fear we hear from people in the region. Would you trust Putin? And the only person who trusts Putin is President Trump. I don't know what that's about. I know when I had a picture coming out of one of his cabinet moves pointing to the president, I said, I'm leaving this meeting because, Mr. President, with you, all roads lead to Putin. This is awful. The richest man in the world, they say Putin is, a villainous person, and somebody who uses rape, kidnapping, family killings in order to demoralize a country. Well, you haven't succeeded, and you're a loser because you thought you were going to win on the first week of this war, and now it's 4 years later. With that, I yield back the time to the distinguished Marcy Kaplan.
Thank you, Speaker Nancy Pelosi, Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi, for your unrelenting support of liberty and the people of Ukraine. May God bless them, and may in our lifetimes we see their consequential victory. We must not abandon them. Thank you.
Just one more thing. Right before Christmas a few years ago, when President Zelensky came here and spoke, and this body just rose up in support.
Yes.
We need more than applause, though. We need a discharge petition. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so very much for joining us tonight with all of your duties. Would it be okay if I called out Stenny next? Sure. Okay, I would like to yield time to the very, very distinguished former and future majority leader of our caucus, Steny Hoyer from Maryland, who has just distinguished himself in his career with a total commitment to our alliances globally, including our precious European colleagues. Thank you so very much for joining us here this evening, Congressman Hoyer, from the state of Maryland.
I thank the gentlelady who heads the Ukrainian caucus, has ties to Ukraine, and is deeply tied to America, to democracy, liberty, and freedom. Mr. Speaker, I adopt her remarks as my own. I will add to that, but it will be surplusage, because everything she said, and all the dangers she referred to, and all the atrocities of the Russians, we could repeat. As I was sitting here, with the exception of Mr. Vindman, who's a young man, it occurred to me that the speakers who have spoken so far are of a generation who were children at the time of the Soviet Union, who understood the viciousness of the bear, who understood the enslavement of the Russian people and the captive nations. Mr. Speaker, I rise today for the people of Ukraine, for the people of America, for the people of Europe, for the people of Asia and Africa, South America, Australia. Because all of us are at risk if dictators like Putin prevail. Ukraine. The question is, will America and this Congress allow it to become a nation betrayed? I've said it before and I'll say it again. President Trump, Vice President Vance, Secretary Rubio, negotiator Witkoff, Secretary of Defense Hegseth, and others have done everything to express support for Vladimir Putin's and Russia's position and to exonerate them from their aggression and from their war crimes. Earlier this year, Trump said that the Russians have all the cards. Mr. Speaker, someone ought to remind our president, and I do so tonight, that NATO has a combined defense expenditure of $1.58 trillion. Together, we field 3.5 million troops. Our combined GDP is 25 times more than Russia's. Europe holds some $246 billion frozen Russian assets. I suggest to all of us, to the President, and to the world at large, those are a lot of cards. But we need to play them. As long as they're in the deck, they won't make a difference. Every day we do not, we look weaker in the eyes of the world. That is a danger for us and a danger for the international community. Every day Russia slaughters more Ukrainians. At least 43,000 Ukrainian soldiers have already given their lives in defense of democracy, and many more have been wounded. The Ukrainians will continue to fight valiantly, as the gentlelady pointed out, with or without our support. But our decision will determine whether their fight is in vain or will prevail. The other day, a Ukrainian soldier on the front lines told a reporter, and I quote, "They kept withholding military aid, couldn't agree on how to respond, and we keep paying for their indecisiveness with our blood, the blood of our children." He was referring, of course, not just to the United States, but the world at large. Ukraine may be paying the price for our negligence today, but we, the free world, will ultimately bear the cost if we let Putin prevail. When we fail to show our strength, our adversaries doubt our resolve. And when our adversaries doubt our resolve, they are assuredly more likely to test our might. That's the mistake that Neville Chamberlain made. That's the mistake America and the United Kingdom made when we did not honor the Budapest Memorandum when Putin annexed Crimea. In my view, Crimea is the mother of this war. The failure to act decisively in the face